Chapter 4016. Lu Ming and the eight-winged Angel Clan's prodigy were fighting with their strongest abilities. The mountain-like mysterious ice rod and the pure white sword light collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. Then, the two figures were both knocked back. They were evenly matched. After Lu Ming activated the mysterious ice rod with all his strength, the power that erupted was about the same as that of the eight-winged angel. Damn it, both of them have broken through. What a terrifying battle strength. In the surroundings, there were some angels who hadn't interacted with Lu Ming and the others before. At this moment, they were deeply shocked. His cultivation was only at the second layer of the godly emperor realm. Even if he had a great killing weapon, he wouldn't be so ridiculously strong. Not only these angels, but in other directions, the people of other races were also alarmed. Their gazes were looking over. This guy has broken through again. There was a trace of shock in the eyes of the battle god Yuan One. He had broken through to the godly emperor realm at the same time as Lu Ming, but he had the support of countless resources of the battle saint tribe. Now, he was still a step away from breaking through to the second layer of the godly emperor realm. But Lu Ming had broken through before him. Interesting, really interesting. I won't fall behind. The battle god Yuan Wen grinned, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. As for the others, they were only shocked. That's Mu Yin? What a powerful strength. What level of divine weapon is that in his hand? These people were discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Lu Ming launched another attack. The mysterious ice rod's aura was like a rainbow as it smashed down once again. The eight-winged angel of the Angel Clan brandished his sword to meet the enemy. However, at this moment, the other angels were in an awkward situation. They originally wanted to attack Ling Yue, but when they saw Ling Yue's arrow pointing at them, they were shocked and retreated one after another. Ling Yue's arrow was too powerful. It was almost a sure kill. No one had the confidence to block it, and no one had the confidence to not die after blocking it. Therefore, when Ling Yue's arrow was aimed at someone, that person would retreat in shock. For a moment, no angel dared to attack Ling Yue. In the end, Ling Yue's arrow was aimed at the eight-winged angel who was fighting with Lu Ming. The eight-winged angel was also shocked. He had just faced Ling Yue's arrows head-on, and their power was astonishing. He could only barely block them. At this time, he was fighting with all his might with Lu Ming. If Ling Yue were to attack him, he had no confidence in being able to block it. Therefore, for a moment, all the hair on his body stood up, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. After exchanging a move with Lu Ming, he quickly retreated, distancing himself from Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Ling Yue and Lu Ming gathered together and looked coldly at these angels, not chasing after them. The two of them relied on their weapons to have such battle prowess, but they couldn't last for long. Although the two of them joined forces and attacked with all their strength, they were confident in being able to hold back the strongest angels present. But they would also face the awkward situation of exhausting their strength. Right now, there were many experts around. If he ran out of energy, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, the two of them did not pursue him. As for the angels, they did not dare to make a move. Their faces were all red as they glared at Lu Ming and Ling Yue, filled with killing intent. This time, they had lost a lot of face. So many people had attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue, but in the end, they were so embarrassed that they did not dare to make a move. They hated Lu Ming and Ling Yue so much that their teeth itched, but there was nothing they could do. Haha, powerful, powerful. Brother Mu, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you're getting more and more powerful. A loud laugh broke the deadlock. It was the battle god Yuan Wen who walked over with the people of the battle saint tribe. Brother battle god. Lu Ming cupped his fists. If you angels don't dare to make a move, then retreat a little further. A bunch of trash. The battle god Yuan Wen glanced at the angels in disdain. Battle god Yuan Wen, what do you mean by this? The angels were furious as they glared at the battle god Yuan Wen. However, as one of the top 10 races, the battle god Yuan Wen was not afraid of the angels. He said disdainfully, "What? If you want to make a move, come on. Do you think we don't dare? We'll destroy you guys first." The angels were enraged as their bodies glowed with holy light. However, the people of the battle Saint tribe were not afraid of them at all. They all revealed powerful battle intent as they took out their divine weapons, looking like they were ready to fight at any moment. A great battle between the two top 10 races was about to break out. Umitba, everyone, please calm down. Our common target now is the demons. A living being whose body was shining with golden light stepped out. This was a true Buddha. His head was glowing with Buddhist light, and his aura was unfathomable. That's right. Now is not the time for internal strife. A living being wrapped in a black robe walked out. His figure was like an illusion as he kept twisting and turning. Everyone recognized him. He was a powerful genius of the soul race, one of the top 10 races. Following that, the geniuses of the other top 10 races all tried to persuade him. With so many people persuading him, the angels finally snorted and found a way out. They retracted their auras and did not make a move. In fact, even if they made a move, they were not confident of defeating the Battle Saint tribe. Brother Mu, Elf Princess, the two of you are very powerful. Why don't you join us to deal with the demons together? Battle God Yuanwen looked at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Of course, Lu Ming and Ling Yue both nodded. Previously, they wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits. But now that they were discovered, it was obvious that they could not be the fishermen anymore. However, the two of them had no intention of leaving. So, joining these people and working together was the best plan. All right, haha. With the two of you joining us, our confidence will be greater. Battle God Yuanwen laughed. Oomph. The angels snorted with displeasure. The storm calmed down. Not long after, the area around the Xianxia peak was completely cleared out. Those who had been hiding in the dark and the demons had joined the army. They had either joined forces or left the place, staying far, far away. Then, everyone looked at the divine dawn peak from afar and waited. They did not wait for too long. 2 days later, swish! In the distance, a blood-red light rushed over at an astonishing speed. Everyone only saw a blood-red light flash in the distance. In the next moment, a young man covered in blood appeared not far away. It's blood-robed Song Ming. Someone exclaimed. Many people's hearts skipped a beat and their pupils constricted, because blood-robed Song Ming was very famous. It could be said that his name shook the universe, because he was one of the candidates of the universe prodigy list, like Yin Jioling, but his cultivation was much stronger than Yin Jioling's. Blood-robed, Song Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level godly emperor realm. With his powerful combat strength, ordinary 9th level godly emperors were like ants in his hands. Chapter 4017. Blood-robed, Song Ming looked very young. His face was slightly pale. He was very handsome, a kind of cold and gloomy handsome. He was covered in a thick blood-red light, as if he had been born from blood. Without a doubt, he was a peerless genius of the Blood Clan. If it weren't for his low cultivation level, he would have been ranked on the universe's young geniuses list. Is the evil demon spirit blood on the godly dawn peak? Blood-robed, Song Ming stood in the air, looking down at everyone. No one felt that there was anything wrong with that. Even though there were people with higher cultivation levels than blood-robed Song Ming, they were much weaker than him in terms of battle strength and potential. It's all on the godly dawn peak, but there are many evil demons hiding there. There are more than 200 evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Said a genius of the Blood Clan. 9th godly emperor layer? Hee hee. Blood-robed, Song Ming chuckled, looking indifferent. Then he looked at the godly dawn peak and stepped into the air, flying towards it. In a few steps, he was near the godly dawn peak. Blood-robed Song Ming is going to attack. Quick, let's attack too. Let's attack together and help him. Many people shouted and flew towards the godly dawn peak. Some people said that they were going to help blood-robed Song Ming, but they were actually afraid that blood-robed Song Ming would monopolize the evil demon spirit blood. Blood-robed, Song Ming smiled coldly, but he didn't care. He continued to step forward, his body filled with blood-red light. Die! At that moment, a fierce battle cry came from the godly dawn peak. An army of evil demons rushed out. This army of evil demons was made up of more than 200 evil demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, thousands of evil demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, and thousands of evil demons of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of demonic chi condensed into an attack that surged towards the blood-clothed Songming like raging waves. Even blood-robed Songming had to stop in the face of such an attack. He looked grave. Whoosh! In the next instant, blood-robed Songming's body suddenly collapsed, turning into countless blood-red shadows. These blood-red shadows kept flickering, dodging all the evil demon's attacks. Die! At that moment, all the strong cultivators of evil demons. The two sides fought fiercely. The shadow formed by the blood-clothed dark sea quickly retracted and rushed into the evil demon army in a flash. Kill! Kill! Two demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer raised their demon blades and attacked blood-robed Songming. Die! At some point in time, a blood saber had appeared in Songming's hand. The crimson blade was thin and long, yet incomparably sharp. Furthermore, it was emitting a dense smell of blood. Two blood-red sword lights flashed, and the two demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer broke apart. They were frozen in the air, motionless. They looked terrified. The two demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer shriveled up and turned into mummified corpses. The blood-red glow on the blood-red blade in Songming's hand became even more intense. The taste of evil demon blood is really bad, but the energy is rich. Let's kill a few more. Blood-robed, Songming chuckled as he stepped forward and slashed out with his blood saber. Blood-red light flashed, and another demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer was killed. His blood-red clothes were taken away, and he turned into a mummified corpse. None of the demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer could compete with blood-robed Songming. Blood-red clothes, Songming killed 20 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer and 50 demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer in a short time. They were all killed in seconds. How strong! The geniuses in the surroundings were astonished. Was that the strength of a candidate for the universe young geniuses list? He only had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, but he could kill cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer as easily as cutting vegetables. The kind of visual impact was too strong. The demons were terrified. When they saw blood-robed Songming, they were terrified. When they saw blood-robed Songming attacking them, they all retreated. The evil demon army's formation was messy. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were in the crowd, fighting against the demons. They were also paying attention to blood-robed Songming. Very strong. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Blood-robed Songming's strength was shocking. With his current cultivation, even if he used the mysterious ice rod's full power, it definitely wouldn't be a match for blood-robed Songming. Moreover, how could a genius like blood-robed Songming not have a powerful killing weapon? He just hadn't used it yet. At the top of Xianxia Peak, Samoros was also watching the battle outside. Prince, a terrifying monster from the primitive universe has arrived. What should we do now? A demon minister reported to Samoros. Samoros smiled coldly. His gaze moved to blood-robed Songming, then to Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Battle God Yuan 1, and the others. He was filled with cold, killing intent. The big fish has taken the bait. Those who should be here are all here. Now, send out the order. Everyone, attack and set up the 10,000 demons, slaughtering God Array. Samoros coldly gave the order. Yes, the demon minister accepted the order and looked excited. Was it finally going to start? Once the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Array was out, let's see how arrogant those creatures from the primitive universe would be. Swoosh! Samoros stood up and rose up in the air. He was floating in the air above Xianxia Peak, releasing a terrifying chi. Die! Within the Xianxia Peak, another earth-shattering battle cry erupted. Then, another demon army charged out. The number of demons in that army was astonishing. There were around 200 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. There were more demons of the 8th and 7th Godly Emperor layer than before. The demons from before retreated hastily and joined the others behind them, forming a gigantic deployment spell. Around 400 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer and thousands of demons of the 8th and 7th Godly Emperor layer gathered together. Their chi intertwined. With Samoros at the center, they formed a huge battle. "Die!" shouted Samoros furiously. He opened his arms, and demon chi dashed to the sky, turning into countless demon blades. Samoros was at the center of the deployment spell. The deployment spell revolved according to his will. He shoved his hands forward, and countless fiend sabers flew out toward the living beings of the Yorwild's universe. Each of the devil's blades exuded a towering demonic aura. Its power was extremely terrifying. Among them, half of the demon blades turned into a river of blades that shot toward the scarlet-clothed dark abyss. Blood-robed, Songming looked grave. This river of blades gathered the attacks of more than half of the demons present. Its power was too terrifying. If he was hit by it, he would definitely die. "It's not that easy to deal with me." Blood-robed, Songming smiled coldly. A moment later, a pair of wings appeared on his back. Chapter 40:18. A pair of wings stretched out from Songming's back. This pair of wings was made of flesh and had no feathers. It looked like a bat's wings. It was golden red in color and had a luxurious aura. A terrifying aura was emitted from the wings. This was Songming's trump card, his ultimate weapon. Whoosh! With a flap of the wings, Songming flew out. The wings were like two heavenly blades as they slashed out, cutting two terrifying cracks in space. Boom! Boom! The two saber lights formed by the wings collided with the river of sabers of the fiend array. A violent explosion rang out in the sky. The entire sky and earth shook. In the end, Songming actually managed to block the river of sabers. However, the others didn't have the strength to do so. The remaining half of the fiend sabers attacked the creatures of the desolate universe. These creatures of the desolate universe had varying levels of strength. Not everyone could block them. Miserable cries rang out. Some of the weaker ones had their bodies pierced by the fiend sabers or were split in half. Their souls were destroyed, and they died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures of the desolate universe were killed. Lu Ming drew out a large amount of strong wind from the Zephyr Pearl, protecting him and Ling Yue. The fiend sabers were successfully blocked by the strong wind. As for the others, some were blocked and some were injured. In the end, they managed to withstand this wave of attacks. Especially Songming. After blocking the river of sabers, he flapped his wings and turned into a shocking bloody light as he charged towards the fiend array. What 10,000 fiend god-slaughtering array? It's only SOSO. Blood-clothed Songming's cold and arrogant voice resounded. The pair of golden red wings on his back grew larger and larger, almost covering half the sky. His terrifying aura continued to rise. Before he even made a move, the void was already trembling from the pressure, and numerous cracks appeared. Whoosh! Songming then flapped his wings and turned into a bloody light as he charged towards the fiend array. Go! Inside the 10,000 fiend god-slaughtering array, Samora sneered. He pointed with his finger, and another river of sabers flew out. This time, it was even stronger than before. The river of blades collided with the blood-clothed, dark sea once again. It could be seen that the two sides were evenly matched at the beginning. However, in the next instant, the blood-clothed dark sea that had transformed into a blood-red light violently trembled. In the end, he revealed his true form with a grave expression. He clasped his wings together in front of him, blocking the river of blades. However, his body kept retreating. At the same time, Lu Ming and the rest were also attacked by countless devil sabers. Just like before, there were still people being killed. And races. For example, the angels formed the angel battle formation. The auras of the angels intertwined, forming a gigantic angel figure that easily blocked the demon blades. For example, the Buddha race formed a Vajra demon subduing formation, conjuring up a gigantic Buddha shadow that blocked the demon saber. Almost every race had their own array. The array appeared one after another. This way, the situation on the primitive universe's side was slightly better. However, some of them were alone, which was troublesome. For example, Lu Ming and Ling Yue came alone. They were not with their race and could not set up an array. They could only rely on themselves. Lu Ming was still fine. He kept drawing out the power in the Gale Pearl and could still block it. Some people did not have such a good ending. Those with high cultivation were fine, but those with low cultivation were directly killed by the Fiend Sabers. When this wave of attacks ended, hundreds of people from the primitive universe were killed. All of you, charge with me. Let's destroy the enemy's array in one go. As long as the enemy's array is broken, they will be a bunch of chickens and dogs. They won't be able to withstand a single blow. Blood-clothed Dark Sea swept his gaze around and spoke. The power of the enemy's 10,000 fiend God-slaughtering array was beyond his expectations. Even if he used all his power, it was still very difficult. However, now that the races had formed an array, their combat power was very strong. If they worked together, they might be able to break the enemy's array. All right, let's attack together. Charge over and destroy these demons. The various races formed an array and moved closer to Tsangming. They planned to cooperate with him to launch a counterattack and destroy the enemy's array. Hee, you have some strength. Such a big fish is worth killing. Samoro's face was filled with excitement. Just now, he was only testing the waters. Now, he realized that Tsangming's strength could be called a big fish. He was sure that there were not many such monstrous geniuses in the primitive universe. Then, he glanced at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. These two are also monsters. After I deal with this, I'll deal with you too. Samoro's revealed a strong, killing intent. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 10,000 fiend God-slaughtering array shook. Endless demonic aura gathered and formed a huge demonic saber. Previously, the 10,000 fiend God-slaughtering array had condensed countless demonic sabers. Now, it was as if countless demonic sabers had gathered together to form a towering demonic saber. The demonic saber was incomparably huge and emitted a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Tsangming. Fast, extremely fast. It was so fast that the scarlet-clad azure sea god could not dodge in time. Not good. Tsangming's pupils contracted rapidly as he felt a terrifying sense of danger. At the critical moment, he could only use his golden red wings to block in front of him. Boom! The huge demonic saber slashed at the golden red wings, causing them to shake violently. The golden red wings were Tsangming's killing weapon. It was a top-grade divine weapon that was made of extraordinary materials and was indestructible. The huge demonic saber couldn't cut through the golden red wings, but the terrifying power on the demonic saber could pass through the demonic saber and rush into Tsangming's body. Tsangming let out a mournful cry as his body constantly emitted explosive sounds. That was the sound of bones breaking. Streams of blood constantly burst out from his body and dissipated into nothingness. Tsangming's body quickly thinned. Finally, with a bang, he exploded and turned into a golden bat. His aura was extremely weak. The golden bat was covered by a pair of golden red wings. It panicked and fled into the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and in a few flashes, it disappeared from the place. He didn't die. Samoro's face was a little gloomy. However, he had just unleashed a powerful attack. If he wanted to unleash another attack like that, he would need to take some time. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, only a few demonic sabers flew out and chased after Tsangming. Chapter 4019. Several demonic blades chased after blood-robed Tsangming. After a few explosions, there was no sound. No one knew what was going on. As for Samoro's, he used all his strength to activate the 10,000 demonic god-slaughtering array for the next attack. When the sky prides of the primitive universe saw that blood-robed Tsangming was severely injured and on the verge of death, their expressions changed drastically. If blood-robed Tsangming could not block it, they would not be able to block it even if they set up a battle array. Go! Retreat first. Roars could be heard as the sky prides of the various races turned around and left. However, they were all from large races. Although they did not want to continue fighting, their formation was not messed up. They maintained their formation and turned around to escape. The various races were scattered in order to prevent being wiped out by the demonic army in one fell swoop. Since you're here, don't think you can leave. 10,000 demonic, god-slaughtering array change. Samora's voice could be heard. Before he could finish his words, endless demonic aura rushed out from the surroundings of the Divine Dawn Peak. Following this, eerie pitch-black runes appeared and formed a huge formation. It turned out that the demonic army had set up a huge array around the Divine Dawn Peak. It was just that they had not activated it before. The runes were everywhere on the ground and in the void. The demons of the 10,000 demonic god-slaughtering array also spread out and seemed to have merged into the runes. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, roars could be heard as huge figures appeared in all directions. These were all demonic figures. However, these figures were too huge. Each of them was millions of feet tall and towered into the sky. A total of 12 huge demons surrounded all the living beings in the primitive universe. All the living beings in the primitive universe's expressions changed. Obviously, the other party did not want to let them go and wanted to keep them all here. Gather together, someone shouted. All the people in the primitive universe gathered together again. They also formed battle arrays and formed huge figures. For example, the angel figure formed by the angel battle array and the Buddha figure formed by the Vajra demon subduing array. However, they were not as huge as the demonic figures. Kill! The 12 huge demonic figures charged toward the living beings in the primitive universe. Kill! The living beings in the primitive universe naturally would not sit still and wait for death. They also activated the power of their battle arrays to fight against the huge demonic figures. Boom, boom. It seemed like so many magnificent giants were fighting against each other in this world. It also looked like the stone spirits were fighting against each other. It gave people the illusion that they had returned to the incipient god era. After several exchanges, the battle formations of some of the weaker races were also weak. Some of the battle formations were directly destroyed. Some of the people in the battle formations were directly killed, while others were heavily injured. They were like headless eagles flying around in disarray. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Zichen were also facing a huge crisis. This was because after Samoras had beaten Songming to a pulp, he had finally turned his attention to Lu Ming and Songming. A gigantic evil demon figure wielding a gigantic evil demon saber charged towards Lu Ming and his companion. Whoosh! The devil's blade slashed through the void, cutting across the firmament. It carried an incomparably terrifying force as it slashed towards Lu Ming and Yi Shiwen. Lu Ming used the strong wind to wrap around Ling Yue, and the two of them continuously flashed, wanting to avoid the attack of the demonic blade. In the end, they dodged it, but the aftershock caused their blood to churn, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was a battle formation formed by many evil demon experts. The evil demon's strength was far beyond the 9th layer of the God Emperor realm. It wasn't something they could resist. Even if they used their trump cards and used all their strength to resist, they definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Want to leave? Die. Samoras snorted coldly, controlling the gigantic evil demon figure. The evil demon saber in the gigantic evil demon figure's hand disappeared. Then, two gigantic palms smashed down towards Lu Ming and Yi Shiwen. The gigantic palms enveloped an area, forming a powerful pressure that pressed down on the two of them. The two of them felt that there was a berserk force in all directions, and even the void had solidified. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Facing this attack, they could only face it head-on. Fight! Ling Yue shouted. She used all her strength to activate the blood-stained Elven King Bow. A towering tree appeared behind her, and rich divine power poured into the Elven King Bow. She used all of her strength and shot out the most powerful arrow she had ever shot. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through the void, shooting out a pitch-black passage, as if splitting the universe into two halves. Boom! The arrow struck a palm, causing an earth-shattering boom to erupt. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. At the moment of collision, the arrow directly exploded and scattered, not piercing through the evil demon's palm. However, it was still useful. It slowed down the speed of the evil demon's palm, and at the same time, its power was also weakened. At the same time, Lu Ming also made his move. First, he frantically drew out a gale from the Gale Pearl. The violent gale rushed out as if it didn't cost money, forming two gigantic tornadoes that swept towards the two evil demons' palms. As for Lu Ming, he held the Ice Xian Rod in his hand and poured all the forbidden power in his body into the Ice Xian Rod. The Ice Xian Rod turned into the size of a mountain and blasted out. The two tornadoes were the first to meet the two palms. The tornadoes, which were comparable to the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, couldn't withstand a single blow from the two evil demons' palms. The evil demons' palms didn't stop and continued to press down. In the end, it collided with Lu Ming's Ice Xian Rod. Buzz! At the moment of collision, the Ice Xian Rod shook crazily, and a violent force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mother planet. His body emitted crackling sounds and the sound of bones breaking. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that at least 100 bones in his body had been broken. His muscles had been torn apart, and his internal organs had been shattered by the violent force. Then, with a bang, half of Lu Ming's body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His body fell to the ground like a meteorite. With a boom, a deep pit was created in the ground by Lu Ming, which was hundreds of miles deep. Mu Yun, Ling Yue's face was pale. She cried out in alarm and rushed to the ground. She flew into the deep pit and landed beside Lu Ming. Then, she found that Lu Ming was lying there, motionless, and his aura was extremely weak. Her heart trembled, and tears flowed down her face. "Silly girl, I'm fine. I'm just pretending." Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice sounded in her ears. She looked over and saw Lu Ming winking at him. "You." Ling Yue revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but she immediately shut her mouth. She knew what Lu Ming was planning. Lu Ming had deliberately pretended to be dead, and then sat on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. In fact, Samoro had indeed thought that Lu Ming had been killed by this move. Chapter 4020. Not only Samoros, but the others also thought that Lu Ming had been killed by this move. That was the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great formation, composed of many strong demons. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't compete with it. One attack could kill many cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. No one thought that Lu Ming would be able to survive. Even at the beginning, Ling Yue was shocked, thinking that Lu Ming had fallen. Unfortunately, they didn't know how strong Lu Ming's life force was. As long as his cells survived, Lu Ming would not die. Therefore, although the attack just now was incomparably tyrannical and powerful, it did not annihilate all of Lu Ming's cells. As long as all of Lu Ming's cells were not annihilated, Lu Ming would not die. Therefore, although Lu Ming's injuries were heavy, he did not die. Lu Ming could use this opportunity to make Samoros and the others think that he was dead, so that he could take advantage of the situation. Sure enough, Samoros sneered. "This is the only outcome for those who oppose me." After that, he did not continue to attack Lu Ming, nor did he attack Ling Yue. His main target was Lu Ming. He would first kill Lu Ming, and as for Ling Yue, he would deal with her later. The 12 gigantic demon figures began to concentrate on dealing with the battle formation formed by the various geniuses of the great desolate universe. The two sides fought intensely, and the battle was exceptionally tragic. After exchanging a few blows, the battle formation formed by the weaker races was destroyed, and the geniuses of this race were slaughtered. "All right, it's finally done." At this moment, Danden's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's mind shook, and he also sent a sound transmission, "Dandan, where are you hiding?" "Of course I'm hiding underground," Dandan replied. "Underground? The demons didn't set up defenses underground?" Lu Ming asked. Logically speaking, the demons would definitely set up defenses underground. Defenses would be set up underground, on the ground, and in the air. Because once one reached this level of cultivation, their divine abilities would be vast, and they would be able to move freely underground and on the ground. This was especially true for races like the Earth Traveler race. Demons would never make such a low-level mistake. If there were no defenses underground, the Earthen Travelers would have stolen the demon's spirit blood long ago. Of course there's a defense. The demons have laid down layers upon layers of formations underground. There are a total of 108 layers. But can these formations stop me? He asked with a faint smugness. Lu Ming nodded. An ordinary array formation would not be able to stop Dandan. Then, what method do you have to obtain the evil demon's spirit blood? Lu Ming asked. I've already set up a formation around this area, and I've already seen through the demon's myriad demon god slaughtering formation. Soon, the various races of the primitive universe will definitely fight with their lives on the line. When the battle reaches its climax, the myriad demon god slaughtering formation will show a flaw. That will be the time for us to strike. At that time, I will break their formation. The two of you will work together to break the core of their formation. It's that guy who attacked you before. Dandan said. All right, no problem. Lu Ming nodded and then told Ling Yue about the plan. After discussing it, Lu Ming and Ling Yue began to recover with all their might. Lu Ming's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, his originally tattered body had already healed, and no wounds could be seen. The forbidden area in his body was also quickly recovering. Ling Yue was also trying her best to recover the divine power she had just consumed. The geniuses of the various races of the primitive universe fought with the demons for another 10 minutes or so. The primitive universe was already at a complete disadvantage, and from time to time, someone would be killed. Up until now, other than the great formation set up by the geniuses of the top 10 races, which was still intact, the battle formations set up by the other races were already in danger. We can't go on like this. We'll all be exhausted here. We should charge out. That's right. Let's gather all our strength and use all our trump cards. We'll attack a demon figure and charge out at all costs. It's settled then. The various races secretly discussed and planned to fight to the death. Kill. All the races in the primitive universe gathered together and suddenly launched an attack in the southeast direction. All the attacks were aimed at the demon in that direction. They used their trump cards. Those who had great killing weapons used their great killing weapons to increase the power of the array formation. Those who didn't have any great killing weapons took out the divine weapons they usually used, sacrificed them, and self-detonated them. Some people even burned their divine power at all costs. With everyone fighting with their lives on the line, the explosive offensive power was shockingly strong. The terrifying attack was like a vast tide, hitting the giant demonic shadow in the southeast. Boom! The demonic shadow shook violently, and many of the abyss devils that formed the array formation coughed up blood. Some demons who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer were struck by the strength and exploded. They died instantly. For a moment, the demon was in imminent danger. However, in order to focus on attacking the demonic shadow, the elites of the various races in the primitive universe naturally lowered their defensive power. The other 11 demonic shadows took the opportunity to attack. Miserable shrieks rose and fell. In just a short while, the arrays of more than 10 races were destroyed, and many people inside died. Even the battle formations of the top 10 races trembled and almost collapsed. In an instant, at least a few hundred people died. It was a disastrous loss, and many of them were top geniuses. Continue attacking. Success or failure depends on this. Otherwise, all of us will die. Attack. Everyone in the primitive universe knew that if they couldn't break out, they would all die. Only by breaking out would they have a chance to survive. Everyone's strength was at its peak, and their divine power was burning fiercely. They didn't care about the consequences and the price they had to pay. Boom! Finally, the Abyss Devil in the southeast exploded and scattered, turning into numerous Abyss Devils. This time, at least 1,000 demons were killed. After all, this was the joint attack of everyone in the primitive universe, and it was also the strongest attack. Its power wasn't something that a single demonic shadow could block. However, the primitive universe had also paid a heavy price for this. This was because the attacks of the other 11 gigantic demonic figures had arrived. On the primitive universe's side, not to mention the other races, even the arrays of the top 10 races were difficult to maintain and were destroyed. A large number of people were killed, including those from the top 10 races. For example, at least 30 angels from the angel race screamed and were reduced to ashes. At least 20 people from the Buddhist race died. The Battle Saint tribe, the Blood race, and the Soul race were the same. Every race suffered heavy losses. However, the remaining people were still very excited because the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering array of the demons was broken. Break out. Kill. The remaining people of the primitive universe rushed forward crazily. Chapter 4021. The huge demon figure in the southeast was defeated. A large number of demons had fallen, and the remaining demons were like headless flies, flying everywhere. This way, it was impossible to stop the people from the Great Desolate Universe. The people from the Great Desolate Universe were all fighting with their lives on the line. Their attacks were like a storm. After a wave of attacks, a large number of demons were killed, including the 9th-level demons. However, at this time, no one had the time to care about the demon spirit blood. As soon as the people from the Great Desolate Universe rushed out of the encirclement, they fled into the distance. Damn it, chase after them. Samoros roared, his eyes cold. Immediately, at least half of the demon army chased after the people from the various races of the Great Desolate Universe. This way, the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array only existed in name. Ha ha ha. So many people actually left. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming attack. Dandin laughed proudly. In his excitement, he directly said Lu Ming's real name. That's right. He had already recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Fortunately, Dandin was using a sound transmission, so Ling Yue didn't hear it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. As soon as Dandin finished speaking, dense runes suddenly appeared on the ground and in the air. These runes were actually set up by the demons. The demons at the scene cooperated with these runes to form the complete 10,000 demon god slaughtering array. Attack! Lu Ming bellowed and dashed out with Ling Yue. Attack 800 meters to the left, 600 meters to the top. Dandin's voice continued to ring out, directly pointing out 36 places. Lu Ming and Ling Yue didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique and drew out a large amount of strong wind from the Zephyr Pearl. They turned into wind blades and attacked the places Dandin had mentioned. As for Ling Yue, she also took out the Elf King bow that was stained with blood and shot out an arrow. The arrow light continued to split into more than 10 arrows that shot towards more than 10 places. The places Dandin mentioned were all the nodes of the runes, which were also the flaws. Boom! Boom! When Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks landed on these nodes, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Then, the entire formation formed by runes began to shake violently. Following that, it exploded with a loud bang. When the formation exploded, the 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation could no longer be stabilized and collapsed. Many of the abyssals in the array immediately suffered a backlash from the array. That's right, backlash. They fused with the formation and cooperated with each other to form the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering formation. Once the formation was broken, they would suffer a backlash from the formation. That backlash was extremely serious. Some of the weaker demons were instantly killed by the backlash. Only those who had the strength of the 8th Godly Emperor layer could resist it. Samoros, who was at the core of the formation, also trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Damn it! Mu Yun! Samoros let out an earth-shattering roar. Lu Ming was actually not dead. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, Lu Ming was actually able to survive after being hit by a huge demonic shadow of the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering formation. This was completely out of his expectations. Unexpected, right? The unexpected is yet to come. I'll send you on your way. Kill! Lu Ming shouted loudly. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards the top of the Divine Dawn Peak. At the same time, the mysterious ice rod emitted an astonishing aura and rapidly grew in size as it smashed towards Samoros. However, Ling Yue's attack was faster than Lu Ming's. Archery, a single attack, was definitely the strongest. There was no other way. It surpassed the sword Dao. Its speed was also the fastest. The arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Samoros. Samoros roared and defended with all his might. However, at this moment, because the formation had been broken, he had just suffered a backlash. Even if he used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to block Ling Yue's arrow attack. Boom! His attack was directly pierced through by the arrow. His body was pierced through by the arrow. Puff! Samoros spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He had been severely injured, and his aura was extremely weak. At this moment, Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod had already arrived. The mysterious ice rod, which was as big as a mountain, carried an incomparably terrifying aura as it pressed down on Samoros. No! Samoros shouted in horror and used all his strength to resist. At the same time, the surrounding demons were also shocked. However, they wanted to save him, but it was too late. Boom! In the end, the mysterious ice rod bombarded Samoros. Samoros screamed in agony as his body directly exploded. Among them, a soul rushed out. It was Samoros' soul. He wanted to escape, but was hit by the aftershock of the mysterious ice rod and died on the spot. Lu Ming rushed over and took Samoros' evil demon spirit blood in his hand. Then, without stopping, he landed on the Divine Dawn Peak. At the top of the Divine Dawn Peak, there was an altar. On the altar, there was a crystal coffin. Inside was all the evil demon spirit blood. Around the altar, there were 6 strong demons protecting it. Those 6 demons were all cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Actually, 6 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer protecting the crystal coffin weren't very strong. The main reason was that Samoros had been too self-confident. He hadn't thought that anyone would be able to break through to the Divine Dawn Peak. Prince, that little boy killed Prince. Kill him. The 6 demons of the 6th godly emperor layer shouted furiously and threw themselves at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his mysterious ice rod and swept it out. A terrifying chi rolled out in all directions. The 6 demons had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. An ice armor appeared on their bodies and covered them quickly. Then, the mysterious ice rod moved towards them. Boom, 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 boom. 6 explosions sounded. The 6 demons of the 6th godly emperor layer were blown away. Their faces were deathly pale, and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the taboo power wrapped around the crystal coffin like a ribbon. With a pull, the crystal coffin shrank rapidly, and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. He had obtained the evil demon spirit blood. Shit! Prince was killed. Kill them. Avenge Prince. Kill them. Crush their bones and scatter their ashes. All the demons came back to their senses. Even though the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering Great Formation had been destroyed, there were still around 200 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Those demons shouted furiously and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. With so many demons joining hands, even if Lu Ming and Ling Yue were strong, they would still be crushed. However, at that moment, numerous talismans appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic deployment spell. Dandan had cast it. Dandan had disappeared in order to cast a few deployment spells. As soon as those talismans appeared, they crawled all over Lu Ming and Ling Yue's bodies. A moment later, Lu Ming and Ling Yue disappeared. One attack after another bombarded the place where Lu Ming and Ling Yue were, causing the space to explode. However, They lost track of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The demons looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 4022. 30,000 miles away from the Divine Dawn Peak, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's figures suddenly appeared. Not far away, Dandan was looking at them with a complacent expression. "How is it? Do you admire me now?" Dandan said proudly. "Amazing, truly amazing. Your rune formation Tao is truly the creation of heaven and earth. I have seen countless people who are proficient in the Tao of formations, but compared to you, they are countless times weaker. Even many of the older generation of formation masters, other than having a higher cultivation than you, are inferior to you in terms of the usage of runes." Ling Yue sighed again and again, feeling admiration from the bottom of her heart. "Ha ha, ha ha, little girl, you have good eyesight, but you are too honest, ha ha." Dandan's face was about to split apart from laughing. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky, looking like an expert who had achieved the Tao. "Let's leave first. This place is not far from the Divine Dawn Peak. Let's find a safe place first," Lu Ming said. Dandan was in the midst of an infinite sense of comfort when he was interrupted by Lu Ming. He immediately looked at Lu Ming in displeasure. In the end, the three of them left and arrived at a relatively secret place. "Lu Ming, it's actually you. How did you become like this?" On the way, Dandan sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming, filled with surprise. "I have great abilities, what can I do?" Lu Ming sent a sound transmission. "TSK, don't brag to me. You were clearly blocked in the Dragon Clan's mother planet and couldn't get out. How did you get out? Furthermore, even your life aura has changed. If it wasn't for my sharp spiritual sense, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, you sure have guts. After leaving the Dragon Clan's mother planet, you actually dare to participate in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier Assessment?" Dandan asked a bunch of questions. "I am indeed still on the Dragon Clan's mother planet." Immediately, Lu Ming gave a simple account of what had happened. Since Dandan already knew it was him, there was no need to hide the fact that he had the taboo body. Although Dandan looked unreliable, he still knew his priorities. This matter was too important to Lu Ming, so he definitely wouldn't say anything. "Taboo body, the legendary taboo body. You brat. You are indeed my little brother, hee." Dandan smiled. The two of them communicated with each other through sound transmission, so Ling Yue did not hear them. After that, the three of them sat down and adjusted their breathing. Not long after, they recovered to their peak condition. Then, the three of them began to divide the spoils of war. Lu Ming took out the crystal coffin. After opening it, he found that there were many jade bottles neatly arranged inside. Each jade bottle contained a drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood. Each drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood represented an Abyss Devil in merit points. There were tens of thousands of drops of Abyss Devil Spirit blood here. The three of them divided the Abyss Devil Spirit blood equally. After that, Lu Ming took out a jade bottle. Inside this jade bottle, there's only one drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood. However, this drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood was purplish gold in color and emitted a dazzling radiance, like a peerless pearl. This drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood was Samoa's Abyss Devil Spirit blood. This drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood belongs to that Abyss Devil Prince. This person's talent is extremely high, his combat strength is extremely strong, and his potential is extremely great. I'm afraid he's worth a lot of merit points. I'll give this drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood to you. Miss Yue, you don't have any objections, right? Lu Ming said. Of course I don't have any objections. Ling Yue nodded. To be honest, this time, Dandan had played the biggest role. If not for Dandan's formation, it would have been impossible for them to obtain the Abyss Devil Spirit blood. Not to mention obtaining the Abyss Devil Spirit blood. Once they got involved, it would be difficult for them to even escape. Therefore, Ling Yue naturally had no objections to Dandan sharing the majority of the loot. It's better for you to keep it. You need it even more. The higher your merit points, the more you can become a higher level heavenly soldier. It will be of greater help to you. Dandan said. Lu Ming had already told him that his main goal in joining the Heavenly Palace and becoming a heavenly soldier was to meet the Autumn Moon. In that case, becoming a high-level heavenly soldier would give him a higher chance of coming into contact with the Autumn Moon and investigating the current situation of the Autumn Moon. Without seeing the Autumn Moon and understanding the current situation of the Autumn Moon, Lu Ming would never be at ease if he left the Autumn Moon alone in the Heavenly Palace. Glancing at Dandan, Lu Ming's heart warmed. This guy is still very loyal to his friends. All right, then I'll accept it. Lu Ming put away Samoro's demon blood essence. Ling Yue's gaze moved between Lu Ming and Dandan. She could feel that Lu Ming and Dandan seemed to know each other. Not only did they know each other, but they also had a good relationship. Ordinary people would not give away such precious demon spirit blood. However, Lu Ming and Dandan didn't say anything, so she tactfully didn't ask any further. After splitting up, the three of them left the place and met up with the elves. Following that, everyone planned to leave the 8-Snake Mountain Range. The time of the examination was not fixed. As long as he felt that he had obtained enough merit points, he could leave early and return to the city forged by the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue had definitely obtained enough demon spirit blood. Not to mention anything else, just in the 8-Snake Mountain Range, there was definitely no one with more demon spirit blood than Lu Ming and the other two. As for the higher level areas, that was another matter. The three of them definitely had enough demon spirit blood. As for the other elves, they knew that the 8-Snake Mountain Range was extremely dangerous, so they didn't have any intention of staying. After a period of time, they successfully returned to the city forged by the Heavenly Palace. After returning to the city, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. You're back. A few heavenly soldiers looked at Lu Ming and the others with a trace of contempt. The same was true for the sky official who had brought them here. They thought that Lu Ming and the others were timid and didn't dare to hunt abyss devils in the 8-Snake Mountain Range. We've hunted enough abyss devils, so we came back early. Lu Ming said, Enough. The sky official and the heavenly soldiers had strange expressions, obviously not believing him. However, they wouldn't interfere with the actions of Lu Ming and the others. In fact, there would be people who would withdraw early in every examination. In any case, they wouldn't be able to become a heavenly soldier. They couldn't be bothered to care. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the city and waited for the other examinees. They had to wait for everyone to finish the examination before returning to the Dream Sky City. Of course, the examination time couldn't be extended indefinitely. At most, it would be 3 years. After 3 years, regardless of whether or not anyone returned, they would have to return to the Dream Sky City. After settling down, Lu Ming went into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. After consolidating his cultivation, Lu Ming took out the elven wood heart and began to absorb it. At the first layer of the Godly Emperor realm, Lu Ming needed to absorb 3,000 elven wood hearts in order to store the potential in his cells to 100%. After breaking through to the second layer of the Godly Emperor realm, if he wanted to store 100%, he would need even more elven wood hearts, probably around 4,000. Chapter 4023. Before, Lu Ming had broken through from the first Godly Emperor layer to the second Godly Emperor layer, so he had consumed a lot of potential. Now, his cells only had 20% left. Therefore, Lu Ming had to refine a total of 3,200 roots to fill up the potential stored in his cells. The spiritual wood hearts are being consumed too quickly. Lu Ming's face turned dark as he sighed. Before, he had obtained 50,000 spiritual wood hearts from the Elven clan. He had thought that he would be able to use them for a long time, but now it seemed like he had underestimated the consumption of the Godly Emperor layer. The consumption of the Forbidden Body when breaking through to the Godly Emperor layer was much higher than he had expected. 50,000 spiritual wood hearts were not enough for him to break through to the 9th Godly Emperor layer. However, the Elven clan still owed him 100,000 spiritual wood hearts. If he could get them, he wouldn't have to worry about breaking through to the Godly Emperor layer. At the same time, Lu Ming thought of another problem, the Zephyr Pearl. Lu Ming realized that the Zephyr Pearl's energy had decreased a lot. After all, the Zephyr Wind in the Zephyr Pearl was limited, it wasn't endless, and it couldn't be replenished automatically. Even though the Zephyr Wind in the Pearl could destroy a galaxy, it was still limited. Lu Ming had been using the Zephyr Pearl too much recently. Each time, the Zephyr Pearl's strength was close to the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Using the Zephyr Wind of the 9th Godly Emperor layer consumed a lot of energy. A cultivator of the 1st Godly Emperor layer could destroy a planet with his full strength. A cultivator of the 1st Godly Emperor layer could destroy a planet with his full strength. A cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer could destroy a planet with his full strength. That required a lot of Zephyr Wind. Lu Ming realized that the Zephyr Wind in the Zephyr Pearl had been consumed by about 10%. It didn't feel like 90% was a lot. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the Zephyr Wind of the Zephyr Pearl would be consumed very quickly. If the Zephyr Wind was consumed, the Zephyr Pearl would be useless. Forget it. After all, it's an external object. If it's used up, it's gone. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was very open-minded. As long as it could be of use now, it was fine. When the potential of his cells reached 100%, Lu Ming began to comprehend the Great Devil Sword Art. The Great Devil Sword Art was already close to being a beginner. He was just one step away from being able to turn it into a secret skill rune and fuse it with his cells. Therefore, his cultivation speed was also very fast. In just half a year's time, Lu Ming had cultivated the Great Devil Sword Art to the entry level. He transformed it into a secret technique rune and fused it with a cell. With a thought, Lu Ming circulated the Great Devil Sword Art. Instantly, a devil sword appeared in his hand. It was incomparably sharp, and its might was shocking. It could easily break apart divine weapons. At the peak of his strength, dozens of demonic swords appeared around his body, ready to strike at any moment. There's one more way to attack. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He wasn't too surprised. After all, the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique were both offensive techniques. They were more mature and powerful. After cultivating the Great Devil Sword Art, Lu Ming began to comprehend the ordinary Devil Path's secret techniques. In the myriad tombs, he had obtained the Devil Path's secret techniques left behind by the Bone Demon. There were about 300 types. Previously, Lu Ming had taken some time to comprehend some, but he hadn't finished comprehending them yet. Now that he had some free time, he wanted to comprehend them properly. He transformed them all into secret skill runes and fused them with his cells. After cultivating to this point, Lu Ming discovered that the more secret techniques he cultivated, the more secret skill runes would fuse into his cells. The power of the taboo force would also be stronger. It wasn't an increase in quantity, but in quality. He was still far from cultivating the taboo force to the peak. Now, his speed of comprehending ordinary secret techniques was very fast. In more than 2 years, he had successfully comprehended hundreds of secret techniques. They transformed into secret skill runes and fused into his cells. Lu Ming's strength had increased slightly. After cultivating for a few more months, the 3-year period was finally up. Those who participated in the test, as long as they didn't die, had all returned to the city. However, Lu Ming discovered that the number of people had decreased by half. In other words, half of them had died in the dark universe, becoming food for the fiends. When the sky official gathered them, Lu Ming discovered that cold gazes swept over him. They were from the angels. Lu Ming sneered in response. The angels' expressions turned ugly, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. All right, the Dark Universe's test is over. I'll now bring you back to Dream Sky City. Go to the merit well and check your merit points. After the Sky official announced this, he led everyone back to Dream Sky City. Within Dream Sky City, there's a merit hall. The merit well was located within the merit hall. In the center of the merit department, there was a golden well. From the mouth of the well, a faint light filled the air. This was the well of merit. As long as an abyssal spirit blood was poured into the well of merit, the well of merit would naturally calculate the corresponding merit points. All you need to do is pour the fiend's spirit blood into the merit well, then place the jade talisman given to you by the heavenly palace above the merit well. The merit well will naturally calculate your merit points and record them in the jade talisman. Only those with 5,000 merit points can be considered to have passed the Heavenly Soldier test and become an official Heavenly Soldier, and a third-class one at that. The Sky Official said, "Lord Sky Official, how many merit points do we need to become a second-class Heavenly Soldier?" Someone asked. Many of the people here came from various major races. Many of their elders had joined the Heavenly Soldier before. However, the Heavenly Palace had strict rules. After leaving the Heavenly Soldier, they couldn't spread what they had seen or heard in the Heavenly Soldier. Thus, these prodigies of the major races were like Lu Ming. They knew nothing about the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming also perked up his ears to listen. I can tell you now, theoretically speaking, you need 10,000 merit points to become a third-class Heavenly Soldier. But since you've just taken the test, the requirements have been lowered. 5,000 is enough. So, theoretically speaking, 10,000 to 100,000 merit points is a third-class Heavenly Soldier. Only when you accumulate more than 100,000 merit points is a second-class Heavenly Soldier. From 100,000 to 1,000,000 merit points is a second-class Heavenly Soldier. From 1,000,000 to 10,000,000 merit points is a first-class Heavenly Soldier. If you have more than 10,000,000 merit points, you're a Divine General. The Sky Official explained. Everyone nodded. However, they had no idea what merit points were, and they didn't know how many fiends one had to kill to reach 10,000 merit points. The fiend's spirit blood I've obtained should be enough. After all, I've killed more than a dozen God Emperor fiends. What I have should be enough. These thoughts flashed through the minds of some. Chapter 4024. All right, I've told you the rules. Which one of you should go first? Said the Sky Official. I'll go. A young man immediately strode forward and arrived at the side of the Well of Merit. He waved his hand, causing numerous jade bottles to fly out. These jade bottles contained drops of fiend spirit blood. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw that there were about 200 drops of fiend spirit blood. As for the fiend spirit blood, it was hard to tell what cultivation level the fiend spirit blood belonged to. The youth waved his hand and opened the jade bottle. Drops of fiend spirit blood flew out and into the Well of Merit. The Well of Merit's multicolored light immediately grew stronger. The young man waited nervously. In less than a minute, a line of numbers suddenly appeared above the Well of Merit. 865. This number appeared above the Well of Merit. 865 merit points. You're not qualified. You haven't passed the test. Take back your jade talisman and merit points, said the Sky Official calmly. He waved his hand and took the young man's jade talisman away. How could this be? How could this be? I killed so many fiends. How could I only get 800 merit points? Shouted the young man in disbelief. How strong were those abyss devils that you killed? Let me tell you, an ordinary fiend of the first godly emperor layer is worth 1 merit point at most, said the Sky Official coldly. What? The young man's face paled. He wasn't the only one. The others were the same. A fiend of the first godly emperor layer was only worth 1 merit point. That was too cheap. Some of the young men looked at the fiend's spirit blood they had obtained and looked dispirited. Of course, it's not completely based on cultivation level. The more potential a fiend has, the more merit points they will get, even if their cultivation level is low, said the Sky Official. This gave many people hope. Potential wasn't something that could be judged with the naked eye. Of course, the more talented a person was, the more potential they had. Of course, that wasn't always the case. Some people who had great wisdom and great talent matured late. They didn't show off at the beginning, but their potential was astonishing. Some people who were extremely talented at the beginning had limited potential. Who knew if the fiends they had killed had astonishing potential? The young man from before retreated, dispirited. Immediately, another young man stepped forward. However, this young man had only obtained slightly more than 1,000 merit points. He was eliminated. Following that, 5 or 6 young men stepped forward, but none of them passed the test. The highest score among them was only around 4,000 contribution points. When the eighth young man went up, his merit points finally reached 5,000. 5535. Whoosh! The number above the well of merit flew directly into the jade talisman and disappeared. Then, the jade talisman flew back into the young man's hand. Congratulations on becoming a third-class heavenly soldier. That jade talisman is your identity jade talisman. It contains your information and merit points. Keep it well. Sky Official wrote, "Thank you, heavenly official." Delighted, the youth put away the jade talisman and went to the Sky Official's seat. Those who passed the test would stand below the Sky Official and await further instructions. Next, the young men stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming discovered that the success rate was not high. It was only about 1/5, over 10,000 merit points. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. A young man stood proudly beside the well of merit. That guy. Dandin pursed his lips because that young man was the 10-winged angel of the angel race, Lafitte. His merit points had exceeded 10,000. As expected of a peak-level monster with a powerful weapon. Many of the people who had died at his hands had been high-level fiends. There were many 7th or 8th godly emperor layers. Not bad, you pass. The Sky Official nodded in satisfaction. After putting away the jade talisman, Lafitte went to the Sky Official's seat and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. What he meant was, "Come, let's see who has more merit points." Trash. Lu Ming mouthed to Lafitte, but didn't say anything. However, Lafitte could see that, and his expression darkened. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The next ones to go up were all monstrous geniuses. Even the weakest received 5,000 merit points, and the strongest received close to 20,000 merit points. Those who received close to 20,000 merit points were extremely strong. If they used their trump cards or used their full strength, their battle prowess would surpass the 9th godly emperor layer. It's him. As expected, he's fine. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed a young man. Blood-robed Songming. He was a peerless genius of the Blood Clan, and one of the candidates for the universe's Young Geniuses list. Hey, he's already gone up. With his strength, he should have entered the 3rd area. It's not the 3rd area's turn yet. Some people were puzzled. You're wrong. He didn't go to the 3rd area. He went to the 2nd area. The 2nd area? Right. Blood-robed Songming's cultivation level is too low. It's dangerous for him to go to the 3rd area. It's safer for him to stay in the 2nd area. I heard that blood-robed Songming almost died in the 2nd area. It seems like he doesn't live up to his name. Some people were discussing, but they didn't lower their voices because they were all peerless geniuses. They had all entered the 3rd area to participate in the exam, so they weren't afraid of blood-robed Songming. Blood-robed Songming's expression turned ugly. He glanced at those people and didn't say anything. As a result, he received close to 30,000 merit points. Even Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but sigh. Blood-robed Songming was indeed powerful. In the 8th Snake Mountain range, no demon was his match. The number of 9th-level godly Emperor Realm demons that had died in his hands was probably not small. That was why he could get so many merit points. If Lu Ming and the others hadn't snatched a large amount of demon spirit blood from the demons at the Divine Dawn Peak, they definitely wouldn't have been able to get so much. Even now, they weren't confident. Soon, the people participating in the 2nd area were almost done. At that moment, Ling Yue stepped forward and took out her demon spirit blood. So much. At the scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw Ling Yue take out the demon spirit blood. Not to mention the quality, just the quantity was too shocking. Ling Yue's cultivation level seemed to be only at the 3rd level of the godly Emperor realm. How could she kill so many demons? Other than Lu Ming and a few others, everyone else was puzzled, including the Sky Official. When the Sky Official saw that Lu Ming, Dandin, and Ling Yue had left the 8 Snake Mountain range and returned to the city, he thought that they were cowards and left early. Lu Ming and the others said that they had already completed the exam, but the Sky Official didn't believe them at all. At this moment, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. With so much demon spirit blood, they're probably all low level. If they're all at the first level of the godly emperor realm, even if there's a lot of them, they won't be able to reach 5,000 merit points. An angel race genius sneered. Chapter 4025. Because of Gabbert, these Angel Clan geniuses were very unhappy with Ling Yue. If they had the chance, they would naturally belittle and ridicule her. Ling Yue was too lazy to care about them. She placed the demon spirit blood into the well of merit. The well of merit immediately emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, a line of words appeared. 63789. At the scene, most of the people's eyes suddenly widened. 63,789. This was the merit points that Ling Yue had obtained. It was more than twice as many as the blood-cloaked Songming. How is this possible? How could he have so many merit points? How is this possible? Many people cried out in alarm, and the face of that Angel Clan genius from before turned red. No one doubted if there was a mistake with the Well of Merit. This was a top treasure of the Heavenly Palace, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. There was only one truth, and that was that Ling Yue had really obtained so many merit points. Many people revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. More than 60,000 merit points would not disappear. Instead, they would be recorded in the identity token and could be exchanged for all sorts of treasures in the Heavenly Palace. How many treasures could he exchange for? It would be strange if he wasn't envious. Even the sky official's old face turned slightly red. He had previously thought that Ling Yue and the others had left the 8 Snake Mountain range because they were timid. He didn't believe that they had completed the mission ahead of time. But in reality, not only had Ling Yue completed the mission ahead of time, she had also obtained an astonishing amount of merit points, more than 10 times the basic goal of the assessment. Good, not bad, pass. The sky official nodded repeatedly. Of course, he wouldn't blame Ling Yue just because he had misjudged her and lost some face. He wasn't that narrow-minded. Haha, looks like mine won't be lacking either. Dandin smiled, took a step forward, and also took out the demon spirit blood. The amount of demon spirit blood he had wasn't any less than Ling Yue's. After the Well of Merit was inspected, everyone was once again shocked. 64765. Dandin had obtained a total of 64,765 merit points, slightly more than Ling Yue's merit points. 2 people in a row had appeared with more than 60,000 merit points, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. Most importantly, the 2 of them were together. How is this possible? This question kept flashing through everyone's minds. Dandin laughed heartily, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. The way he saw it, the gazes of the people around him were filled with admiration. He put away the jade talisman and walked proudly to the seat below the heavenly official. Next, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming stepped forward. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming, Dandin, and Ling Yue were obviously together. Ling Yue and Dandin's harvest was so astonishing. Then, could it be that Lu Ming, who was with them, also had such a harvest? This was especially true for the angels. The one who stared at Lu Ming the most was Lafitte. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He walked to the edge of the Well of Merit and took out the jade bottle containing the demon's spirit blood. Is it really that much? Everyone was shocked. The amount of demon spirit blood that Lu Ming took out was no less than that of Dandin and Ling Yue. Furthermore, the quality of the ones they were with was definitely not low. Lu Ming most likely had more than 60,000 merit points. Damn it! How did the 3 of them obtain so much demon spirit blood? Furthermore, their strength is not to this extent. You have to know that the merit points obtained by blood-clothed Songming are not even half of any of them. Could it be that they obtained the demon spirit blood on the Divine Dawn Peak? Amidst the discussion, there was a voice that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The eyes of those who had participated in the battle of the Divine Dawn Peak shone with a resplendent light. It must be so. They concluded that Lu Ming and the other 2 must have obtained the demon spirit blood on the Divine Dawn Peak. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming and the others obtain so much demon spirit blood in the 2nd level area of the 8 Snake Mountain range? Only by snatching the demon spirit blood on the Divine Dawn Peak would it make sense. Although they did not know how Lu Ming and the rest did it, they were certain that it was the case. Damn it, we fought with our lives on the line, but they reaped the benefits. That must be it. We fought with our lives on the line and broke through the demon formation, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of us. The sharp voices of Lafitte and a few angel race prodigies rang out. Their voices were filled with jealousy. These words made the faces of the other races turn ugly. In the Battle of the Divine Dawn Peak, the various races had suffered heavy losses. In the end, they did not obtain anything and even fled in a sorry state. But in the end, the fruit was taken by Lu Ming and the others. They could not bear it. Good, very good, blood-clothed Song Ming said softly. His gaze was as cold as a knife as he constantly scanned Lu Ming and the others. In the Battle of the Divine Dawn Peak, blood-clothed Song Ming had paid a heavy price and almost died there. However, the fruit was taken by Lu Ming and the others. In his heart, he had already placed Lu Ming and the others on his must-kill list. Silence. The sky official coldly barked, and the scene suddenly fell silent. I don't care what conflicts you have. You can resolve them however you want outside, but in the Heavenly Palace, you must abide by the rules of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace has a heavenly law, and heavenly soldiers are not allowed to fight and kill each other. Do you understand? The sky official rebuked. Understood. Everyone could only reply. You continue. The sky official looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the evil demon spirit blood in the jade bottle flew into the Well of Merit. The Well of Merit immediately shone with a dazzling light. Then, a row of numbers appeared. 123,567. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When everyone saw this number, they sucked in a breath of cold air and were stunned on the spot. More than 120,000 merit points. How is this possible? The amount of evil demon spirit blood Lu Ming had was clearly about the same as Dandan and Ling Yue. But how could his merit points be so shocking? Damn it, blood-rained Songming, Lafitte, and the others roared in their hearts. Their eyes glowed red with jealousy. More than 100,000 merit points. How many treasures could they exchange for? Not to mention them. Even Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan were somewhat stunned. They had divided the evil demon spirit blood equally. But how could Lu Ming have so much more? Could it be the evil demon prince's evil demon spirit blood? That's right, it must be. That's the only explanation. The greater one's potential, the more merit points they would receive. The evil demon prince's talent was shocking, so his potential was definitely shocking as well. Lu Ming and the others had guessed that the evil demon prince's evil demon spirit blood would definitely be able to exchange for a lot of merit points. But they didn't expect it to be so much. It was almost 60,000 merit points. One person was worth 60,000 merit points, which was almost the sum of Lu Ming's other evil demon spirit blood. Chapter 4026. No matter what, Lu Ming was very satisfied with the hundreds of thousands of merit points he had just obtained. After all, one could become a second-class celestial soldier with more than 100,000 merit points. In other words, if Lu Ming became a celestial soldier, he could become a second-class celestial soldier and enjoy more power and better treatment. Good, not bad. The celestial official nodded repeatedly. He had a whole new level of respect for Lu Ming. Lu Ming only had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, and not only had he passed the test, but he had also obtained more than 100,000 merit points. Although it wasn't unprecedented, it wasn't far from it. The row of numbers in the Well of Merit flew into the Identity Jade card. Then, the Identity Jade card flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the Jade tablet and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Some information appeared in his mind. It was basic information about him, including his name, origin, and cultivation level. There was also a line of words, merit points. 12357/1235671 represented the total number of merit points, and the other represented the number of merit points that could be used. After Lu Ming finished the test, There were still a few people left in the second-class area, but none of them had as many merit points as Lu Ming and the others. After the second-class area, it was the third-class area's turn. Everyone's attention was focused on the people in the third-class area. Lu Ming was also sizing up these people. Those who could go to the third-class area were definitely very strong. They were either monstrous heavens favorites with extremely high combat abilities or very old cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels. The older one's chi was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. Lu Ming guessed that they were all great god emperors. The young geniuses were all full of vigor. Even though they weren't great god emperors, they were definitely above the 7th godly emperor layer. There were many candidates for the universe young geniuses list. Lu Ming took note of them carefully. As expected, the people in the third-class area all benefited greatly. The first one to go up had more than 30,000 merit points, which was even more than blood-clothed Songming. And this was the least. The following people who took part in the test received more merit points than the previous one. In fact, half of them had more than 100,000 merit points. Many of them had more merit points than Lu Ming. Everybody was jealous, but they also knew that the third-level area was too dangerous. Not only were there great supreme gods, but there were also many demons of the 7th godly emperor layer. If they weren't strong enough, they would be surrounded and killed. Of course, with sufficient strength, the speed at which one could obtain merit points from killing fiends would also increase greatly. After a period of time, everyone was done with their tests. Those who didn't pass the test, leave immediately. The heavenly official announced, and heavenly soldiers stepped out to take away those who had failed the test. Congratulations to all of you who have passed the test. You are now officially a heavenly soldier. Now, follow me, and I will present you with your heavenly soldier armor. Sky Official Road. Following the Sky Official, the group arrived at another hall. There were many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals guarding this hall. The Sky Official went up to talk to them, and a few heavenly soldiers entered the hall. After a short time, those heavenly soldiers came out, followed by a few other middle-aged men wearing Sky Official robes. The armor has been presented. Let's start with the third-class heavenly soldiers. Lafitte, one of the heavenly officials, began to call out names. Lafitte immediately stepped forward. The Sky Official's hand shone brightly, and a silver armor appeared. Lafitte's eyes lit up. Many people looked excited too. Although this armor was only the standard armor of a third-class heavenly soldier, it was created by the weapon refining master of the heavenly palace. Its power was no small matter. For example, a third-class heavenly soldier's armor could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. In a critical moment, it could save one's life. Especially for the weaker third-class heavenly soldiers, it was a peerless treasure that could save one's life. And it was only for third-class heavenly soldiers. It was said that the armor for second-class heavenly soldiers was even more mysterious. It could even block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first Great Supreme God layer. A Great Supreme God's attack was earth-shattering. It could pierce through the starry sky. For a second-class heavenly soldier's armor to block a Great Supreme God's attack, it was extremely valuable. The value of this armor was immeasurable when taken out. Of course, no one dared sell the Heavenly Palace's armor. No one dared to buy it. If someone who wasn't from the Heavenly Palace used the Heavenly Palace's armor or weapons, they would be killed without mercy if they were discovered by the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. He was a second-class heavenly soldier, and his armor could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first Great Supreme God layer. It meant that godly emperors wouldn't be able to break it. It was said that the armor for first-class heavenly soldiers was even more mysterious. Lafitte took the armor. Then it was the others' turn. Ling Yue and Dandan were both third-class heavenly soldiers. They received the armor for third-class heavenly soldiers. Then it was the turn of the second-class heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming received his armor. The armor for second-class heavenly soldiers was also silver-white. It was just that there were a few more golden patterns inlaid in it. Soon, Everyone received their standard armor. "You've all received your armor. Put on now," said the heavenly official who led the way. Everyone nodded and began to inject divine power into the armor. Lu Ming also injected forbidden power into the armor. This armor was ownerless, so it was easy to refine. After a few minutes, Lu Ming refined it. The armor flew into Lu Ming's body. Then, a layer of armor appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body. The armor wriggled like mercury, covering Lu Ming's entire body tightly, only revealing his face. This kind of armor could change its size according to its owner's will, so it fit everyone very well. At this moment, Lu Ming's countenance changed slightly. This was because he sensed a strange force appearing in the armor. It rushed into his body and then spread to his limbs and bones, as well as all his cells. "What's going on? Why is there a strange energy in my armor?" Someone cried out in alarm. It seemed that it wasn't just Lu Ming who was like this. Everyone was like this. "Don't worry," the heavenly official smiled. "This is a forbidden power. It's harmless. As long as you abide by the heavenly laws and work for the heavenly palace, don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't do what you shouldn't do. When you accumulate enough merits and leave the heavenly soldiers, you will naturally be undone." Everyone's hearts sank. It seemed that this was the heavenly palace's method of controlling the heavenly soldiers. This power seeped into their cells. If they dared to violate the heavenly laws or betray the heavenly palace, that power would probably take their lives in an instant. In particular, some of the older existences had ugly expressions. Chapter 40:27. Some of the older ones looked even worse. This was because the older they were, the more limited their potential was. It would be difficult for them to withdraw from the heavenly army in the future. In that case, they would have to listen to the heavenly palace for the rest of their lives. Also, don't waste your efforts to refine this power. Your power can't be refined. Even if it's the power of the top 10 races, the sky official continued to speak as his gaze swept across the top 10 races. Some of the top geniuses' expressions changed. Among these people, some were peerless heroes, candidates for the universe prodigy role. Some had even mastered special powers, such as the battle god Yuan Wen, who had mastered the battle saint power. Just now, they had indeed secretly tried to refine that power, but unfortunately, they had failed. Now that the sky official had pointed it out, their expressions turned ugly. Lu Ming's heart sank. He didn't expect the heavenly palace to have such a method. "Kid, don't worry. Others can't do anything to this restrictive power, but it's no problem for you. Your forbidden power is contained in every cell. This power has nowhere to hide in front of the forbidden power. If you want to refine it, it'll be easy." Gumo's voice sounded. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded silently. This strange power had seeped into his cells, but what was the use of it? Each of his cells contained the forbidden power, and he could easily refine this power. No wonder Fei Huang dared to ask him to enter the heavenly palace. She had probably expected all of this. However, it's best that you don't refine this power now. It's easy to be discovered. When you want to leave the heavenly palace in the future, it won't be too late to refine this power. Guamo said. Lu Ming nodded in his heart, feeling relieved. If others became heavenly soldiers, they would probably be tied to the heavenly palace's war chariot, but he wouldn't. He could come and go freely. However, Dandan and Ling Yue are both controlled by this power. I can refine it myself, but I can't help them. If anything happens in the future, I can't implicate them. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, everyone accepted this fact. In any case, they were already mentally prepared to join the heavenly palace and become heavenly soldiers. They knew that they would have to obey the orders of the heavenly palace. Also, as long as he accumulated enough merit points in the future and left the heavenly palace would remove this power. He would not be controlled by this power for the rest of his life. Otherwise, the elders of the major clans would not have allowed them to come to the heavenly palace to become celestial soldiers. It was clear that many of the older generation had become heavenly soldiers when they were young and were now free. These young geniuses entered the heavenly palace to become heavenly soldiers for the purpose of gaining experience. They wanted to use the environment of the heavenly palace to cultivate. When they had enough experience and accumulated enough merits to leave the heavenly palace, the restriction would be lifted. This did not conflict with their purpose. However, when they were heavenly soldiers, they had to obey the orders of the heavenly palace. All right, the basic process has been completed. Now, I will bring you to a place. I believe you will like that place very much, the heavenly official said with a smile. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived outside the ancient pagoda. The ancient pagoda was not very tall. It only had 7 floors and looked very ancient, full of the traces of time. This ancient pagoda is called the Fortune Pagoda. It is one of the most important cultivation grounds in the city of Dream Sky. Inside, you can comprehend the Origin Divine Power Factor and Origin Secret techniques. You can also improve your cultivation and cultivate other secret techniques. The speed of cultivation is many times faster than if you were to cultivate by yourself. There are also other fortunes inside. This is your reward for becoming a heavenly soldier, the heavenly official said. The Fortune Pagoda. Many people's eyes lit up. They had heard that the heavenly palace would bestow an opportunity upon becoming a heavenly soldier. Everyone would gain something. Some would awaken their Origin Divine Power Factor. Some would have a breakthrough in their Origin Secret techniques. Some would have a breakthrough in their cultivation. And some would have a breakthrough in their Constitution Secret techniques. They were probably talking about the Fortune Pagoda. Since you have just become a heavenly soldier, you can enter the Fortune Pagoda and cultivate for 3 years for free. Third-class heavenly soldiers can only enter from the first floor. Second-class heavenly soldiers can enter from the second floor. First-class heavenly soldiers can enter from the third floor. Without a doubt, the higher the floor, the better the effect and the greater the opportunity. Once the 3 years are up, you will have to spend merit points to cultivate. The heavenly official explained. 3 years. Do we have to go in now, or can we wait for a while before going in? Someone asked. There's no need to go in now. You have just become a heavenly soldier and have 10 years to adapt. In these 10 years, you won't have any missions. You just have to cultivate in peace. You can go in whenever you want. The heavenly official said. Everyone nodded. Naturally, no one went in. All right, the Fortune Pagoda has been introduced. Next, I will bring you to an important place. The heavenly official said. After a while, they arrived in front of a large hall. Above the large hall were 3 large words. Merit Exchange Hall. This is the Merit Exchange Hall. Here, you can use your merit points to exchange for countless treasures. You can even use your merit points to issue missions here. Or, you can use your merit points to ask mighty figures like the Lord of Heaven to guide you in your cultivation. The heavenly official said, can we really ask the Lord of Heaven to guide us in our cultivation? A very old elder asked, his eyes filled with excitement. The prodigies of the top clans were fine. They already had figures like the Lord of Heaven in their clans. Some of the smaller clans did not have figures like the Lord of Heaven in their clans. They were also looking forward to meeting such a legendary figure. If they could receive pointers from someone like the Lord of Heaven, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. This was especially true for the older ones. They had joined the heavenly palace and became heavenly soldiers because they had been stuck at a bottleneck for too many years and wanted to break through. If they could receive pointers from someone like the Lord of Heaven, would breaking through still be a dream? Of course you can. As long as you have enough merit points, hee, the heavenly official said with a chuckle. Then, how many merit points does it cost to ask the Lord of Heaven for pointers? The same old man asked again. At least 10 million merit points. The heavenly official said. 10 million merit points. Everyone looked at each other. How many merit points did they earn in this assessment after risking their lives? The most they earned was in the tens of thousands, and the most they earned was in the hundreds of thousands. It was still a long way from 10 million. They did not know how long it would take to accumulate 10 million merit points. Many people sighed dejectedly. So, you have to complete the Heavenly Palace's missions well in the future and earn merit points. The more merit points, the better. All right, I've introduced the important places. Now, follow me to the heavenly river, the heavenly official said. Chapter 4028. There was a heavenly river around Dreamsky City. This was the barracks of the heavenly soldiers. Usually, the heavenly soldiers who didn't have any missions were stationed here. The heavenly river was vast, and there were huge buildings floating above it. A large number of heavenly soldiers went in and out. Lu Ming and the others would live here in the future. The sky official led them and assigned them a place to live. In the barracks, many heavenly soldiers glanced at them curiously. These heavenly soldiers were accumulated by the heavenly palace over countless years. There were a lot of them. Every once in a while, the heavenly palace would recruit a batch of heavenly soldiers from the entire desolate universe. At the same time, if they met a suitable person, they would be recruited into the heavenly soldiers after many rounds of screening. Therefore, there were still a lot of heavenly soldiers. After arranging their accommodations, the sky official left. The divine energy here is really rich. In a spacious room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He felt the divine energy in the air and sighed in his heart. The density of the divine energy here was even comparable to the recovering dragon race's mother planet. Not to mention anything else, just such a cultivation environment was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Lu Ming hadn't cultivated for a while when Dandan and Ling Yue came together. Mu Yun, do you want to go to the fortune tower to cultivate? Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming impatiently. I plan to go to the merit exchange hall to take a look. Lu Ming said. In the fortune tower, one could comprehend the origin divine power factor, origin secret techniques, or physique secret techniques. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body, so he couldn't cultivate any of these. If he entered the fortune tower and didn't find anything suitable, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Lu Ming planned to exchange for some secret techniques before entering the fortune tower to cultivate. That's true. We have so many merit points. Let's go to the merit exchange hall to spend them first. Dandan said. After agreeing, the three of them headed towards the merit exchange hall. The merit exchange hall was naturally guarded by experts from the heavenly palace. However, they were already official heavenly soldiers and had their identity tokens. Naturally, they could enter the merit exchange hall unimpeded. The moment they entered the merit exchange hall, the three people were stunned by the scene inside. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious. It was not an ordinary hall, but an empty space. Balls of light were dancing in the void. From afar, it looked like they were in a starry sky. They saw some celestial soldiers flying in the void. Some celestial soldiers came in front of a ball of light and reached out to touch it. The celestial soldier's body disappeared. The three of them were rather surprised. Then, they flew towards the nearest ball of light. Only when he got closer did he realize that there were a few words on the ball of light. Protective divine weapon. Then, they looked at another ball of light. There were also a few words on this ball of light. Healing divine pill. It seems that these different light balls represent different types of items. Whatever you exchange for, you'll enter that light ball. There should be another world inside this ball of light. Ling Yue analyzed. Lu Ming and Dandan also nodded. Then, the few of them spread out and began to look for the categories they needed. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. What he needed were all kinds of secret techniques. As for the rest, he didn't need them for the time being. For example, he didn't need divine weapons or divine pills for the time being. He wanted to exchange for some ordinary secret techniques or the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Demonic Path Secret Technique. Speed Secret Technique. Lu Ming discovered a few balls of light in succession, all of which recorded some secret techniques. Don't you have the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming looked through them one by one. A moment later, 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Suddenly, a ball of light entered Lu Ming's eyes. There really are 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming stretched out his hand. When his fingers touched the ball of light, his body quickly shrank. In the next moment, He rushed into the ball of light and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared in a great hall. There were many jade tablets floating in the air in this great hall. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 1,000 jade talismans. Each jade talisman had some information on it. Great ripping technique, great destruction technique, great creation technique. All kinds of ancient secret techniques entered Lu Ming's eyes. They were all ancient secret techniques. Each jade talisman was an ancient secret technique. Lu Ming felt his heart thumping. There were so many ancient secret techniques. There were more than 1,000 of them. Even after racking his brains, he only managed to find 3 ancient secret techniques. But here, there were over 1,000 ancient secret techniques. As expected of the Heavenly Palace, it was so rich that it surpassed any force in the universe. Let's see how many merit points it costs. Lu Ming looked carefully. Great ripping technique, 100,000 merit points for exchange. Great destruction technique, 300,000 merit points. Great creation technique, 1,000,000 merit points. Lu Ming's face turned green as he looked at the end. The great ripping technique only required 100,000 merit points. However, the great creation technique actually required 1,000,000 merit points. This was a little scary. One should know that this was just an exchange. Whether he could successfully cultivate it was another matter. Great creation technique. Top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming saw another line of introduction. It seems like there are differences between the 3,000 ancient secret skills as well. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. Lu Ming actually saw the Great God Wind technique, Great Devil Sword technique, and Great Ripping technique. The Great Ripping technique and Great Ripping technique cost the same, 100,000 merit points. The Great Devil Sword technique was slightly more expensive, 120,000. The Great God Wind technique required 200,000 merit points. Lu Ming knew that the Great God Wind technique was indeed more mysterious. Not only did it have attacking power, but it could also increase speed. It was normal for it to be more expensive. The Great God Wind technique only costs 200,000 merit points. The Great Creation technique actually costs 1,000,000 merit points. The difference is huge. Lu Ming sighed. He discovered that the merit points he had could only be used to exchange for the lowest grade of ancient secret technique. Which one should I exchange for? Lu Ming frowned. It was really hard to choose. Lu Ming temporarily did not consider the Great Ripping technique, Great Destruction technique, and other offensive secret techniques. Because they overlapped with what he had grasped, even if he cultivated them, it would not increase his battle strength by much. I really want to choose the Great Teleportation technique. Lu Ming stared at a piece of jade talisman. This piece of jade talisman was the Great Teleportation technique. Once successfully cultivated, one's body would be able to move freely in the starry sky. It was many times faster and more mysterious than activating the teleportation array on one's body. In fact, when cultivated to the peak, one could even shift the attacks of others. One could even shift the stars in the starry sky to attack the enemy. In short, it had endless uses. It was much more mysterious than the Great God Wind technique. However, the exchange price was ridiculously high. It also required 1,000,000 merit points, the same as the Great Creation technique. Chapter 4029. The Greater Teleportation technique required a full 1,000,000 merit points. Lu Ming could only stare helplessly at this number. Only now did Lu Ming truly understand the importance of merit points. Previously, no matter how the sky official talked about how important merit points were and how many treasures could be exchanged for, he had only heard about it. He had never personally experienced it. Now, when the real treasures were placed in front of him, but he couldn't possess them, he truly understood the importance of merit points. Merit points, I want merit points. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes turning red as he looked at the 3,000 ancient secret arts. In the end, after much deliberation, Lu Ming chose an ancient secret skill called the Great Binding Skill. The Great Binding Technique, as its name implied, could bind an enemy and make them like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Although it didn't have much offensive power, its supportive power was extremely strong. If used well, it could be a powerful killing move. The Great Binding Technique required 120,000 merit points. Lu Ming took out his identity token and said to the void, "I want to exchange for the Great Binding Technique." Whoosh! The identity token in his hand flew out toward the Great Binding Technique Jade Talisman. The two collided, and then the identity token and the Great Binding Technique Jade Talisman both flew back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught them in his hand. He hurriedly scanned the identity token and saw that his merit points had changed to this: 123,567/3567. The front was the total number of merit points he had accumulated, and the back was the remaining amount. In an instant, there was only a fraction left. Lu Ming's heart ached, and then he hurriedly looked at the Great Binding Technique Jade Talisman. "I'll give you 3 hours to memorize the Great Binding Technique." At this time, an aged voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He understood that this was the expert guarding the merit points exchange hall. Such an expert's realm was simply unfathomable. Lu Ming hurriedly began to memorize. However, with Lu Ming's current memory, it didn't take him more than 3 hours to memorize a big binding skill. In just a short while, Lu Ming had already memorized the big binding skill. Lu Ming looked through it once more to make sure that it was accurate, and only then did he say, "Elder, I have already memorized it." Whoosh! The Great Binding Spell Jade Talisman flew out again and floated in the air. "Quit!" Lu Ming's mind stirred. The next moment, his body retreated from this space and reappeared outside the ball of light. "I still have more than 3,000 merit points left. What should I choose? Let's check out the other secret techniques." With a thought, Lu Ming chose a light ball with the words "Defensive Secret Technique" written on it and entered it. Within the ball of light, there was a huge stone room. Within the stone room, there were huge shelves and jade talismans placed on the shelves. At the bottom of the jade talisman, there was a symbol which indicated what kind of secret technique it was and what its effects were. Without a doubt, those were all ordinary defensive secret techniques. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual awareness and was astonished because there were so many of them. There were more than 100,000 of them. In other words, there were more than 100,000 kinds of secret techniques. And that was only the defensive secret techniques. There were no other kinds of secret techniques. Lu Ming was astonished. The Heavenly Palace had ruled the ancient desolate universe for a very long time. They had a very rich collection of secret techniques. Until now, Lu Ming had only accumulated 1,300 types of ordinary secret skills. 100 merit points for a secret technique. Then, Lu Ming realized that the price of those secret techniques was the same, 100 merit points for a secret technique. Speaking of which, 100 merit points for an ordinary secret technique was shockingly expensive. One had to know that in the Dark Universe, killing an ordinary demon of the first godly emperor layer would only give 1 merit point. You had to kill 100 ordinary demons of the first godly emperor layer to exchange for an ordinary secret technique. To be honest, it was cheaper to buy them outside. However, it was impossible to buy so many secret techniques outside. I have more than 3,000 merit points left. I can only exchange for 30 ordinary secret techniques. It's not very useful. Let's look at the others first. Lu Ming exited the light ball and continued to look. Lu Ming was dazzled by the classification. There were all kinds of divine medicines, divine pills, all kinds of strange materials, broken weapons classification. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a classification. His eyes twinkled, and he couldn't help but be interested. If Xianxia wanted to grow and evolve, it needed a lot of metals, all kinds of metals, and all kinds of weapons. However, a complete divine weapon would be extremely expensive, while a broken one would be extremely cheap. He hadn't thought that the Merit Exchange Hall would be able to exchange for broken weapons. Lu Ming entered the light ball, and then it seemed like he had entered another starry sky. It was a void. In the void, there were countless weapons. To be more precise, they were broken weapons. At a glance, he didn't know how many types and weapons there were. These weapons were all broken. For example, there was a golden divine sword that only had half of it left. There was a black spear with a divine dragon on it that only had half of it left. All the weapons were broken and didn't have the slightest spirituality. Their spirituality had been completely depleted, which was why they were placed here. If they still had spirituality, perhaps the blacksmiths in the heavenly palace would be able to repair them. There was a line of words on these broken weapons, indicating the exchange price. These broken divine weapons are cheap, Lu Ming looked. The lowest price of these broken weapons was 1 merit point, and the higher ones were few merit points. Lu Ming could exchange for a bunch of them. However, Lu Ming didn't intend to exchange for ordinary broken weapons. If he wanted to exchange, he would exchange for those high-level broken weapons. Xianxia had a special ability. After absorbing and refining a certain kind of divine weapon, he would have a part of that divine weapon's functions. If he could exchange it for a top-grade divine weapon, such as a broken divine weapon like the mysterious ice rod, how much would he gain? Xianxia, search according to your feelings, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia immediately flew out, its eyes looking around. There was nothing to hide. The metallic life form was also alive. If it was in his hands, the experts here would have already discovered it. Xianxia flew forward. Ordinary broken divine weapons were ignored by him. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes lit up as it stared at a broken saber. Its mouth was wide open as it shouted, "I want this one! I want this one!" Seeing how agitated Xianxia was, Lu Ming knew that this broken saber must be extraordinary. He quickly flew over and revealed a bitter smile after taking a look. This broken divine weapon actually required a total of 50,000 merit points to exchange for. Xianxia, look at the others. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Xianxia could only look at the others. Xianxia took a fancy to several broken weapons, but Lu Ming couldn't afford them. Chapter 40-30. Xianxia took a fancy to a few broken divine weapons, but Lu Ming couldn't afford any of them. The most expensive broken spear actually cost 1,000,000 merit points, which was as high as a top ancient secret technique. It was simply shocking. At the same time, Lu Ming was also tempted. This was just a broken divine weapon that had lost its spirituality, yet it still had such a high price. One could imagine how terrifying the origin of this divine weapon was. If it was swallowed and refined by Xianxia, the harvest would definitely be unimaginable. Merit points, it was still merit points. He realized that he was seriously lacking merit points, incomparably lacking in merit points. There were simply too many good things in the Heavenly Palace. Just looking at them would make one drool. Unfortunately, he didn't have any merit points, so he could only look at them. In the end, Lu Ming chose some cheap broken divine weapons and exchanged them. This way, Lu Ming only had a few dozen merit points left. A few 100,000 merit points were used up in a few moments. Lu Ming retreated and waited quietly. After half a day, Ling Yue and Dandan finally finished exchanging. Merit points, I want merit points. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given you the Demon Prince's demon spirit blood. My treasure, Dandan wailed the moment he saw Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with flames of greed. Although Ling Yue was slightly better, her eyes were also emitting an inexplicable light. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at a few light balls with a reluctant look. Obviously, they had also seen treasures that moved them. Unfortunately, they didn't have any merit points to exchange. Lu Miyun, after 10 years, we must get more merit points. Dandan shouted again. In his excitement, he almost let it slip. Of course. Let's go back first. I plan to cultivate for a while before going to the fortune tower. What about you guys? Lu Ming said. He had just obtained the great binding technique and planned to cultivate it for a while before going to the fortune tower. In any case, he would only be able to enter the fortune tower for 3 years. If he wanted to enter after that, he would have to spend merit points. Therefore, there was no rush. I plan to go to the fortune tower to cultivate first, Ling Yue said. Me too, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. Everyone had different cultivation plans, so there was no need to force them together. Immediately, the three of them left the Merit Exchange Hall and separated. Lu Ming returned to the Heavenly River Barracks, while Dandan and Ling Yue went to the Fortune Tower to cultivate. After returning to the barracks, Lu Ming gave Xianxia the broken divine weapons that he had exchanged for. Then, he took out the Great Binding Art and started cultivating it. The difficulty of cultivating the Great Binding Art was about the same as the Great Shatter Art and the Great Devil Sword Art. As Lu Ming's cultivation base increased, the taboo power constantly transformed his body. His perception also became stronger and stronger, and the speed at which he comprehended various secret arts became faster and faster. Without any external help, Lu Ming had mastered the Great Binding Technique in just 2 years. During these 2 years, it was very peaceful, and no one came to disturb him. Although the angels hated Lu Ming to the bone and wanted to kill him, the Heavenly Palace had a rule that heavenly soldiers were not allowed to kill each other. Naturally, no one dared to violate the heavenly rules. After mastering the Great Binding Art, Lu Ming got up and headed to the Fortune Tower. The Fortune Tower was divided into 7 levels. He was a second-grade heavenly soldier and could enter the second level. The second level offered even better opportunities than the first level. After verifying with his identity token, Lu Ming successfully entered the second level of the Creation Pagoda. Once he entered the second level of the Creation Pagoda, he appeared on a bridge. It was a stone bridge that extended forward. Surrounding the stone bridge was a vast expanse of void. It was an endless void. Lu Ming walked along the stone bridge. After walking for about half an hour, a stone staircase appeared on one side of the stone bridge. It led to the void below. The void here was very strange. There seemed to be a mysterious force blocking Lu Ming's vision, preventing him from seeing too far. Hence, when he looked down, he couldn't see the end of the stone staircase. It seemed to extend into the distance. Below this stone staircase should be a land of fortune. Let's go down and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming followed the stone staircase and stepped down. After at least tens of thousands of steps, Lu Ming reached the end and arrived at a flat piece of land. The moment he stepped on the ground, Lu Ming felt an aura as heavy as a mountain in front of him. This aura was ancient, like the aura of the beginning of the universe. Lu Ming was very familiar with this aura. It was clearly the aura of a primordial god spirit. The aura of a primordial god spirit is coming from ahead, and it's extremely thick. Lu Ming was extremely curious and hurried forward. The further he went, the stronger the aura of the primordial god spirit became. Lu Ming had once entered the place where the primordial god spirit was born in the primordial god spirit world. He had personally felt that aura. At that time, Lu Ming had to rely on the purple copper coffin to resist that aura. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the aura of the primordial god spirit here seemed to be catching up to the place where the primordial god spirit was born. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was many times more powerful than before. He could already rely on his own strength to resist it. After walking for a while, Lu Ming found many celestial soldiers sitting cross-legged on the ground. These celestial soldiers were all wearing silver armor with golden edges. They were obviously second-class celestial soldiers. These people were shining with divine light. They were cultivating wholeheartedly. They are all using the aura of the primordial god spirit to comprehend the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts. Lu Ming thought, the aura of the primordial god spirit here was too strong. It was the best place to cultivate the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts. In the Taishu dynasty, they used the primordial god statue to comprehend the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts. The primordial god statue contained the flesh and bones of the primordial god spirit and had the aura of the primordial god spirit. However, the aura of the primordial god statue was far from comparable to here. If one cultivated here, the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts would definitely improve rapidly. If one cultivated here for 3 years, it was normal to have a major breakthrough in one of them. No wonder it was said that it was an opportunity, a fortune. What is in front? How can there be such a strong, primordial God spirit aura? Lu Ming looked forward. He wanted to see what was in front of him. Unfortunately, there was a mysterious force blocking his vision. He could not see far. This piqued Lu Ming's curiosity, and he wanted to find out more. Lu Ming continued forward. Lu Ming found that the further he went, the stronger the aura of the primordial God spirit. However, the pressure also increased. Therefore, the further he went, the fewer celestial soldiers there were. Lu Ming also felt the terrifying pressure. It was as if he was walking with a few planets on his back. However, when he activated his taboo power, he was able to easily block the pressure. Chapter 4031. With the taboo power, Lu Ming was able to withstand the pressure easily, allowing him to move at an extremely fast pace. Towards the end, he could no longer see any heavenly soldiers cultivating here. The pressure here was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After walking for a few more hours, the scene in front of him suddenly opened up. Then, Lu Ming was stunned. Then his eyes and mouth opened wider and wider. He stood there in a daze, looking ahead. Shocked, extremely shocked, because there was a huge figure in front of him. This figure was simply too tall. Standing there, it towered into the sky. Its massive body was like a planet. It was not an exaggeration, but a fact. This huge figure was so huge that it was no smaller than an ordinary planet in the starry sky. Primordial Divine Spirit. These 4 words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Yes, this figure was the primordial divine spirit. It was not a phantom, nor was it an illusion. It was the real thing, a real primordial God. Moreover, it was a living primordial divine spirit. However, this primordial divine spirit was covered in dense runes. At the same time, there were 8 huge chains on his body that locked him up. The 8 chains extended in 8 different directions. The runes and chains had completely locked this primordial divine spirit. This primordial divine spirit's aura was weak, but he was not dead yet. When Lu Ming arrived, this primordial divine spirit opened his eyes. Lu Ming immediately felt 2 terrifying light beams appear in the sky, as if 2 suns had appeared. Then, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, but he was still swept by the force. Cracking sounds came from his body as dozens of bones were broken. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's body retreated like a meteorite. In an instant, he had retreated at least hundreds of thousands of miles before he fell heavily to the ground and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with his injuries. Circulating his forbidden energy, he retreated again. Only when he was more than 1,000,000 miles away did Lu Ming stop, gasping for air. Terrifying was too terrifying. If he hadn't retreated quickly, his body would have exploded from the pressure of the aura. Is this the primordial God? What a terrifying strength. Just by opening his eyes, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This primordial godly spirit was obviously sealed by runes and chained up. Its aura was weak, but just by opening its eyes, Lu Ming was already unable to bear the pressure. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. When this primitive god was at its peak, what level was it equivalent to? Was it at the level of the Lord of Heaven, or even stronger? Lu Ming had no way of guessing. In this era, there are still living primitive gods, and they are imprisoned in the heavenly palace. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar. The foundation of the heavenly palace is really terrifying. Lu Ming thought. The closer he got to the heavenly palace, the more he felt the power of the heavenly palace. At the same time, he also felt a strong pressure, because sooner or later, he would be on the opposite side of the heavenly palace. One was because he had a forbidden body, and the other was because of Xianxia. It's a pity that my past self isn't here. Otherwise, my progress will be very fast. This place is too suitable. Then, Lu Ming sighed. What he was cultivating now was a forbidden body. It was useless to cultivate here. His past self mainly cultivated divine power and origin secret techniques. It was too suitable to cultivate here. There was a real, living primitive god here. What place could be better than this place for cultivating divine power of origin and secret arts of origin? If his past self came here, he would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. I wonder how my past self is cultivating on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But it shouldn't be bad. Lu Ming thought. After all, the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been revived. The cultivation conditions were also unique. In addition, there were two peerless figures, Fei Huang and Ao Qian, on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. His cultivation would definitely be amazing. This place is not suitable for me to cultivate. I better go somewhere else. Lu Ming shook his head and walked back. He walked along the stone stairs and returned to the stone bridge. Then, he continued to walk along the stone bridge. After walking for a while, he saw another stone staircase that led to the bottom. Lu Ming walked down the stone staircase and came to flat ground. Whoosh! As soon as he reached the ground, Lu Ming heard the sound of waves in front of him. At the same time, there was still a strong aura of the primitive god. There's still the aura of the primitive god. Is there another primitive god in front of me? Lu Ming was puzzled and walked forward. Soon he saw a pool. In the pool, there was not water, but a special liquid that was purple gold. The sound of waves that he had heard before came from here. At the same time, the aura of the primitive god was also emitted from here. Lu Ming saw many heavenly soldiers soaked in the pool of liquid. Their bodies were shrouded in all kinds of divine light. This liquid, could it be? Lu Ming's eyes widened. Without a doubt, this liquid is the blood of the primitive god, Guamos said coldly. Hiss! Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. So much liquid was the blood of the primitive god. No wonder there was a strong aura of the primitive god. The blood of the primitive god is not necessarily red. There are different colors. The blood of the primitive god here has obviously been refined. The murderous intent has been erased, leaving only a not very strong aura. It can be absorbed and refined, tempering the divine body and divine power, and improving one's cultivation. Guamos said, "What a big deal," Lu Ming exclaimed. They were using the blood of the primitive god to cultivate. Lu Ming could not help but think of the primitive god that was still alive. The heavenly palace imprisoned the primitive god and did not kill him. They were using the primitive god to cultivate the elites. The primitive god had become a tool for the heavenly palace to cultivate the elites. I should be able to absorb the blood of the primitive god, right? Lu Ming stepped out and entered the lake. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body hurt as if he was being cut by a knife. The aura of the primitive god's blood was not completely erased. Obviously, the heavenly palace had deliberately left it behind to train the cultivators here. With the impact of this aura, the potential in Lu Ming's cells was stimulated and turned into forbidden power. At the same time, all the cells in his body greedily absorbed the energy outside. Pure energy flowed from the primitive god's blood into Lu Ming's body, forming a virtuous cycle. Amazing! If I cultivate here, my cultivation speed will greatly increase. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to cultivate. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming found that his cultivation had improved a lot. Chapter 4032. Cultivating in the primordial god's blood allowed one's cultivation to improve very quickly. Although it was not as fast as a battle of life and death, it was still many times faster than cultivating by himself. The key was that cultivating here did not consume the energy of the Elvenwood heart. He only needed to absorb the energy of the primordial god's blood. However, Lu Ming still ended his cultivation at this time. Let's go ahead and see if there's anything else before making a decision. Lu Ming got up and left this place. He returned to the stone bridge and continued forward. This time, after walking for a distance, he found that the stone bridge had come to an end. At the end of the bridge, there was a stone staircase that led downwards. Lu Ming walked down the stone staircase and came to the ground below. This ground was filled with strange rocks. On these rocks, there were strange patterns that Lu Ming did not recognize at all. Following these rocks, he kept moving forward. After walking for a distance, he suddenly heard many mysterious sounds entering his ears. It was difficult to describe what this sound was like. As soon as he heard it, Lu Ming felt that he had completely calmed down and his soul had entered an ethereal state. Could this be the primordial God sound? In his sea of consciousness, Gu Mo exclaimed, seemingly very excited. Primordial God sound? What's that? Lu Ming asked. The primordial God sound is known as the earliest sound in the world. It's the first sound that appeared when the universe was first created. It's incomparably mysterious and can help people comprehend the Tao. Gu Mo explained. Lu Ming was shocked. It was actually the first sound of the universe. The heavenly palace occupies the primitive universe. There are indeed some good things. Do you see these rocks? They should be left behind when the universe was first created. After a strange arrangement, they can continuously produce the primordial God sound. Kid, if you cultivate here, the speed of your comprehension of various secret techniques will be millions of times faster. Gu Mo said. All right, let's give a try then. Lu Ming said, and continued forward because he felt that the further he went, the better the effect of the primordial God sound would be. In front of him, the figures of the heavenly soldiers had begun to appear. Some of the heavenly soldiers sat on the ground and quietly comprehended. However, compared to the previous two places, the number of heavenly soldiers cultivating here was much smaller. After all, most of the people in the primitive universe cultivated divine power. As for cultivating divine power and comprehending origin secret arts, it would be best to cultivate in the first place. If he wanted to improve his divine body and cultivation base, the second place would be the best place to cultivate. Those who cultivated here were usually trying to comprehend some secret techniques or physique secret techniques. Therefore, there were very few people who cultivated here. However, this place was most suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming found a place and sat down cross-legged. Almost instantly, he entered an ethereal state. In his mind, the cultivation method of the great god wind technique appeared. Furthermore, he immediately gained some understanding. So easy. Lu Ming realized that it was much easier to comprehend secret techniques here than before. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on comprehending the great godly wind technique. In any case, no one would dare to make a move here, so he could cultivate in peace. Time passed day by day. After about 3 months, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Have a breakthrough. The great godly wind technique had a breakthrough. Previously, Lu Ming had already cultivated the great godly wind technique to the small success realm. Now the great godly wind technique had reached the greater success realm. The further one cultivated an ancient secret technique, the harder it was to improve. If it was outside, Lu Ming would not be able to cultivate the great godly wind technique to the greater success realm without 100 years of cultivation. This was also because he had a forbidden body and had an abnormal comprehension ability. But here, it was completed in 3 months. Abnormal. Kid, your forbidden body already has amazing comprehension ability. Combined with the primordial divine sound, it's simply abnormal. Gu Mo shouted, full of jealousy. This was the first time Gu Mo was so jealous. Haha, continue. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. He planned to cultivate here first. Although he could improve his cultivation base in the second place, Lu Ming weighed the pros and cons and decided to cultivate various secret techniques first. This was a decision that Lu Ming made after careful consideration. After all, he only had 3 years. Time was limited. In terms of cultivation base, he had a forbidden body. As long as there was pressure and as long as he experienced a life and death battle, he could continuously stimulate the potential in his cells. His cultivation base would improve very quickly. Although he could also improve his cultivation base quickly in the second place, it was not as cost-effective as here. This was because cultivating various secret techniques was very time-consuming under normal circumstances. But here, he could save a lot of time. Comparing the two, this place was more cost-effective. After all, under normal circumstances, it was relatively easy for Lu Ming to improve his cultivation base. But cultivating secret techniques was not so simple. In addition, under the same realm, the higher the mastery of the secret technique, the stronger the combat power. In the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming was surrounded by strong enemies. The higher his cultivation base, the more he would attract the attention of those strong enemies. And the lower his cultivation base, the more his enemies would look down on him. Under the same realm, the stronger the combat power, the more advantageous it was for Lu Ming. After considering these factors, Lu Ming decided to first comprehend various secret techniques here. After cultivating the Great God Wind technique to greater mastery, Lu Ming temporarily put it aside and began to comprehend the Great Shattering technique. It was even easier to cultivate from beginner to lesser mastery. It only took him a few days to succeed. Then, it took him a few months to cultivate to greater mastery. Then it was the Great Devil Sword technique and Great Binding technique. It took Lu Ming a total of 1 year and a few months to cultivate the 4 primordial mystic skills to the phenomenal success stage. After casting them, their prowess increased tremendously. After comprehending the 4 ancient secret techniques, Lu Ming began to comprehend the ordinary secret techniques. In the past, although those ordinary secret techniques had turned into secret technique runes and merged into his cells, they had not been cultivated to greater mastery. They were just beginner. After merging into his cells, they could slowly improve. But now, with such a good environment, Lu Ming planned to cultivate all the ordinary secret techniques to greater mastery. Ordinary secret techniques were many times easier than ancient secret techniques, but there were too many of them. There were a total of 1,300 kinds. So many secret techniques were also time-consuming. Lu Ming spent more than a year to cultivate all 1,300 kinds of ordinary secret techniques to greater mastery. In this way, the quality of Lu Ming's forbidden power had also increased. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still in the second godly emperor realm, his combat power had increased. Of course, it did not allow Lu Ming to have the ability to kill enemies who were several levels higher. After all, in the godly emperor realm, it was too difficult to kill enemies who were 1 level higher. In the past, Lu Ming could kill enemies who were 5 levels higher. Now, it was about 5.5. He could not kill enemies who were 6 levels higher. Only half was already very amazing. Now, in a battle of the same level, Lu Ming was absolutely confident that he could defeat the battle god Yuan one. The premise was that the battle god Yuan one had not improved too much. Chapter 4033. At this point in his cultivation, there was still half a year before the 3-year deadline. In the remaining half a year, Lu Ming planned to go to the second place to cultivate and raise his cultivation. This is really a good place. In the future, if I obtain more secret techniques or ancient secret techniques, I can come here to cultivate. It can save me a lot of time. Lu Ming pondered, then got up and left. Not long after, he returned to the second place and entered the lake formed entirely from the blood of primordial gods. He began to condense the forbidden power. Cultivating here allowed him to improve very quickly. Of course, it couldn't compare to the effects of a life and death battle. In a life and death battle, sometimes there would be an explosive increase, but here it was gradual. At every moment, there would be an improvement like a small stream flowing. When the 3-year deadline was about to arrive, Lu Ming's cultivation made another breakthrough, stepping into the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor realm. There should be a few more days. I can consolidate my cultivation. I can't waste it. The time wasn't up yet, so Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Even if there were a few days, he couldn't waste it. It was free now, but in the future, if he wanted to come in and cultivate for a few days, he would have to spend contribution points. 7 days later, Lu Ming's identity token suddenly lit up, and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. With a sweep, Lu Ming found that he had already left the lake and appeared at the head of the stone bridge above. There seemed to be a layer of restriction in front of him, blocking his path. Time was up. How stingy, not even a day. Lu Ming curled his lips, looking as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he turned around and left the fortune tower. When he returned to his residence, he found that Dandan and Ling Yue were also there. Dandan and Ling Yue had already gone to the fortune tower, so they had already returned. After cultivating in the fortune tower for a few years, Dandan and Ling Yue had gained quite a bit. He found that both of their cultivations had broken through by one level. Dandan had stepped into the second level of the Divine Emperor Realm, and Ling Yue had stepped into the fourth level of the Divine Emperor Realm. As for the Origin Secret Technique and the Origin Divine Power Factor, they didn't fight, so it couldn't be seen how much they had gained. But the harvest was definitely not small. You only broke through one level on the second level? I thought you could at least break through 2 levels. Ling Yue curiously sized up Lu Ming. The effects of the second level of the Blessings Tower should be better than the first level. I spent most of my time comprehending the Origin Secret Arts. Lu Ming told a small lie. He did not have any Origin Source Secret Technique. Let's hurry up and consolidate our cultivation. In a few years, we'll have to go on a mission. Ling Yue did not hesitate, but changed the topic. Do you know what kind of mission we will have? Lu Ming asked. I've asked around. Normally, the first 10 years after becoming a heavenly soldier is the adaptation period. There are no missions. After 10 years, the new heavenly soldier will be sent to the Dark Universe to guard Nantian City for 100 years. Ling Yue said, Is it still the Dark Universe? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When the time comes, I can take the opportunity to plunder some evil demon spirit blood and exchange it for merit points. I wonder what conditions are required for us heavenly soldiers to come into contact with the core figures of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming muttered, I've already asked around. The core figures of the heavenly palace, such as the personal disciples of the great figures of the heavenly palace, are all cultivating in the core areas of the heavenly palace. They rarely come to the Dream Sky City. If you want to come into contact with such people, you need to be at least at the Divine General level. This time, it was Dandan who spoke. He knew Lu Ming's true identity, and he also knew that Lu Ming's purpose in joining the Heavenly Palace was for the Mid-Autumn Moon. Therefore, after he came out of the Blessings Tower, he had asked around. The two of them came from powerful clans. In the past, there were people in their clans who had already become heavenly soldiers, so they naturally had the means to inquire about some information. Divine General level? Lu Ming frowned. To become a Divine General, one had to accumulate at least 10 million merit points. Lu Ming was currently too far away from 10 million merit points. Fine, I'll accumulate merit points while cultivating in the Heavenly Palace. The Mid-Autumn Moon will help the worthy, so it should be fine. Lu Ming pondered. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He might as well cultivate peacefully and increase his strength. After all, the cultivation conditions in the Heavenly Palace were not comparable to other places. It was blessed by the heavens and was very rare. Moreover, Fei Huang and Ao Qian had told him that the great figures of the Heavenly Palace would take the initiative to take away a young man. Most likely, they had taken a fancy to his talent and were bringing him back to nurture. After all, the Heavenly Palace would also secretly nurture a group of geniuses. The Heavenly Palace also needed a constant influx of new blood in order to maintain its strength. Ling Yue curiously sized up Lu Ming and Dandan. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the two of them had known each other before. However, Lu Ming and Dandan didn't say anything, so she tactfully didn't ask further. Next, they peacefully cultivated in the Heavenly River Barracks, consolidating their realms, polishing their foundations, and increasing their strength. 5 to 6 years was just a blink of an eye for them. In the blink of an eye, they had been heavenly soldiers for 10 years. At this time, the war drums sounded. The heavenly soldiers in the barracks gathered above the Heavenly River and formed a neat formation. Lu Feng, Ho Yong, a few tall, burly men in purple armor arrived in front of them. Divine General, In the military camp of the Heavenly Palace, only the divine generals wore purple standard armor. These people were all divine generals. Their auras were as thick and unfathomable as mountains. One of the divine generals began to read out names. Mu Yun, Ling Yue. Soon, the names of Lu Ming and the others were read out. After reading out the names, the divine general said, "These people follow us to the dark universe. For the next 100 years, you will spend your time in the dark universe's Nantian City, cooperating with the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of Nantian City to guard Nantian City and hunt down demons." "Yes, sir," everyone replied loudly. "Let's go." With a command, everyone followed the divine generals and set off towards the dark universe. Even if it was their second time here, they would still be shocked by the scene along the way. After a period of time, they once again arrived at Nantian City. Nantian City was incomparably huge. It spanned across a vast expanse of land, blocking the demons from entering the great desolate universe from the abyss. Lu Ming and the others were stationed at the northern city wall of Nantian City. This section of the city wall was the one they needed to protect. Of course, it was impossible for this section of the city wall to only have new heavenly soldiers like them. There were also many old heavenly soldiers. These new heavenly soldiers were mainly there to cooperate with the old heavenly soldiers to train themselves. Of course, although the city walls of Nantian City were called city walls, they were unbelievably wide. Needless to say, they were hundreds of millions of miles long. It was tens of billions of miles wide. It was even vaster than many planets. It was said that some parts of the city wall were built from the remains of planets. At a glance, one could see a boundless army camp on top of the city wall. There were many huge buildings. Lu Ming and the others were in a barracks. Chapter 4034. On the third day that Lu Ming and company arrived at Nantian City, the divine general of this section of the city wall gathered all the heavenly soldiers. The celestial soldiers were lined up in neat rows. There were third-rate celestial soldiers wearing silver armor, second-rate celestial soldiers wearing gold-rimmed armor, and first-rate celestial soldiers wearing gold-rimmed armor. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the divine generals in front of them. The garrisons of Nantian City were based on city walls. Every section of the city wall had several divine generals leading tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers to guard it. Lu Ming and company had a total of 30,000 heavenly soldiers on this section of the city wall. 3 days ago, a new batch of heavenly soldiers joined our 33rd city wall. Therefore, many of you will need to be reorganized. In the past few days, we have already reorganized you. Now, the first-rate heavenly soldiers whose names are called, come forward. Immediately, a divine general read out the names of the first-rate heavenly soldiers. There were a total of 30 of them. The 30 of you, each of you will command 1,000 heavenly soldiers. This is your quota. A divine general gave the jade talismans to the first-rate heavenly soldiers. Today, it was mainly to reorganize the team. Next, it was to reorganize the team. Among the heavenly soldiers, a first-rate heavenly soldier could command 1,000 heavenly soldiers, including second-rate and third-rate heavenly soldiers. As for second-rate heavenly soldier, he could command 49 third-rate heavenly soldiers. Including himself, there were 50 of them. Lu Ming was a second-rate heavenly soldier, and his subordinates were also assigned to 49 third-rate heavenly soldiers. Coincidentally, Dandan and Ling Yue were also assigned to him. Perhaps it was because they were together and were on the same side. After all, it was easier to command them. After all of them were assigned, they would be assigned a place to live according to the team. A team was basically assigned together to make it easier to manage. Lu Ming was once again assigned a place to live. It was much more luxurious than before. This was what a second-rate heavenly soldier deserved. Lu Ming's residence. Ha ha. I didn't expect the 3 of us to be assigned together. Our luck is pretty good. Dandan laughed. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. The 3 of them were assigned together so that they could take care of each other. Hunting abyss devils together and obtaining merit points would also be more convenient. Mu Yun, don't let your guard down. There are quite a number of veteran heavenly soldiers in our team. I saw that the way they looked at you just now was rather unfriendly. They seem to be very unconvinced. I'm afraid that they won't easily obey you. Ling Yue said, if they're not convinced, then we'll beat them into submission. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that these people were looking down on him. After all, he only had the strength of the third godly emperor layer, which wasn't very high among the celestial soldiers. It was normal for these old heavenly soldiers to look down on him. He didn't care about these people at all. Instead, he cared more about the angels. This was Nantian City, not Dreamsky City. The heavenly rules were not that strict. In a military camp, heavenly soldiers were allowed to fight with each other. As long as no lives were lost, the higher-ups would not care. This was still within Nantian City. If they left Nantian City and entered the territory of the evil demons, there would be even less restrictions. There would definitely be many cases of killing each other secretly. The angels wanted to kill him, so they wouldn't give up so easily. In another huge building, a group of celestial soldiers were gathered together to drink and eat meat. They were all old heavenly soldiers who had been assigned to Lu Ming's team. That Mu Yin only has the strength of the third godly emperor layer. I really don't know how he managed to become a second-class celestial soldier, said a young man around 30 years old coldly. I think that he got lucky during the exam and became a second-class celestial soldier. I don't believe that he became a second-class celestial soldier on his own. That's right, a mere third godly emperor layer. How could he become a second-class celestial soldier? The other old heavenly soldiers were talking one after another. Those who could become celestial soldiers weren't weak. They were all geniuses. They had seen countless geniuses. They had also seen many candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. Even a candidate for the Universe Young Geniuses list couldn't become a second-class celestial soldier with the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Besides, he had only had the strength of the third godly emperor layer after receiving the benefits of the fortune tower for 3 years. Maybe he hadn't even had the strength of the third godly emperor layer during the exam. Therefore, they thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. If we follow a weak captain and hunt demons, not only will it be useless, it might even be harmful. That's right. I think we should think a way to make him step down. What should we do? According to the rules of the Heavenly Palace, if we take the initiative to challenge him, we will be offending our superiors. However, if he attacks us first, then we can fight back. If his strength is not as good as ours, then let's see how he can be the leader. The old heavenly soldiers quickly came up with a plan. Second-class celestial soldiers led 49 third-class celestial soldiers. They were captains. The next few days were calm. 3 days later, Lu Ming's superior, the first-class celestial soldier, called for a meeting. Lu Ming came to a huge hall and discovered that the first-grade heavenly soldier was already seated high up. Below him, there were already 20 figures seated. They were all second-grade heavenly soldiers. Greetings, Captain. Lu Ming cupped his fist and bowed to the first-class celestial soldier. First-class celestial soldiers led 1,000 celestial soldiers. The captain's name was Lu Daneng. Captain Mu, sit. Lu Daneng waved his hand and gestured for Lu Ming to sit. Lu Ming sat down on a seat. All right, everyone is here. The main purpose of calling you here today is to distribute the array talismans. I hope you can cooperate well with your team members when you go back. It won't be long before you go to the battlefield. Lu Daneng said, Array talismans? Lu Ming looked curious. Then, Lu Daneng took out 20 jade boxes from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the 20 jade boxes flew to Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming reached out and took them. Open them and take a look, Lu Daneng said. Lu Ming opened the jade box and found 50 silver-white jade talismans. The jade talismans were very thin, like paper, and engraved with mysterious runes. This kind of jade talisman is a formation talisman. Stick the formation talisman on your armor, and you and your team members will be able to form a large formation. you will be able to bring out your strength to the maximum. However, you will need to practice for a while. Lu Danning said, "There's actually such an array talisman. How wonderful!" Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Generally, sects or powerful races would have battle arrays. When many people work together, they could erupt with amazing power. However, these battle arrays were not easy to work together. Secondly, each person needed to practice for a long time. Only then could they work together and form a battle array. As for the array talismans, as long as they were stuck on the armor and practiced for a while, they could erupt with amazing power. It could save a lot of time. Chapter 4035. Next, Lu Daneng roughly explained the drill method to them, and then let them leave. Back at the place where they were stationed, Lu Ming immediately gathered his 49 team members. However, after those old heavenly soldiers heard the order, they arrived late. Furthermore, they had dispirited appearances. Lu Ming sneered and said nothing. He took out the array talismans and said, "This is an array talisman. Everyone, take one and stick it on the standard armor." Lu Ming distributed the array talismans to the 49 team members. Lu Ming also took out a piece of paper and pasted it on the standard armor. Immediately, the array talisman emitted a burst of light like mercury and merged into the armor seed and disappeared. At the same time, the other 49 people also stuck the array talismans on their armor and merged it with the armor seed. At that moment, their armors emitted a faint glow, as if they were resonating with each other. It was as if their auras would intertwine to form an array. "How wonderful!" Lu Ming exclaimed. Then, he told everyone the drill method of the array talisman. "Now, let's start the drill and familiarize ourselves with this array as soon as possible." Lu Ming ordered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone began to practice according to the drill method. When they poured their power into the battle armor seed, the battle armor immediately began to shine, and special runes began to appear. Then, it was as if there were invisible threads connecting them together. With a roar and a burst of light, a golden divine sword appeared above them. It was incomparably huge. This was a divine sword condensed by the battle array, and its power was astonishing. Slash! Lu Ming shouted. He was the core of this array and could freely control it. The golden divine sword slashed toward the ground. However, before it could reach the ground, the battle sword suddenly trembled and collapsed. When the battle array was operating, there was an obstruction. This was because someone was not operating smoothly. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he looked in a direction. There were some old heavenly soldiers there. Just now, Lu Ming had clearly sensed that the obstruction came from this place. When the old heavenly soldiers saw Lu Ming looking over, they sneered and looked at Lu Ming fearlessly. "Again, everyone concentrate," Lu Ming shouted. Once again, they operated the array according to the drill method. Another golden divine sword condensed and slashed toward the ground under Lu Ming's control. But just like before, the battle sword collapsed before it could hit the ground. Lu Ming realized that it was the old heavenly soldiers again. Those bastards are stupider than pigs. They don't even know how to use a battle array. How did they sneak into the heavenly soldiers? Dandan was annoyed and yelled at him. The old heavenly soldiers looked coldly at Dandan, but they did not say anything. Again, Lu Ming did not say much. He summoned everyone to continue operating the array. However, it was still the same as before. For the next few times, the battle formation would collapse halfway through its operation. "All right, that's all for today. Go back and rest." Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Lu Ming's residence. "Damn it, those bastards. Bah, those bastards, they're definitely doing it on purpose. Muyin, why don't you teach them a lesson?" Dandan shouted unhappily. The atmosphere was tense. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the reason why the battle formation was not operating smoothly was because the old heavenly soldiers had done it on purpose. "No hurry. If they want to play, I'll play with them for a few days." Lu Ming sneered. Elsewhere, the old heavenly soldiers gathered. "Ha ha, this is so satisfying. This Muyin is also a good-for-nothing. We've already done this, but he doesn't dare to do anything." An old heavenly soldier laughed. "I told you, he was lucky during the heavenly soldier assessment. He's probably not that strong, so why would he dare to do anything to us?" Another old heavenly soldier sneered. "That's right. Then let's continue. Let's see what he can do. It's best if he resigns from the position of captain and replaces us with a real expert." "That's right." The next day, Lu Ming gathered everyone to continue the battle array practice. However, just like yesterday, the old heavenly soldiers did not cooperate, so the battle array did not succeed. On this day, Lu Ming still did not make a move. 5 days passed. The 6th day, slash! Lu Ming shouted, and the golden battle sword formed by the battle array slashed to the ground. However, just like before, the battle sword dissipated before it hit the ground. The battle array failed. This time, Lu Ming's face turned cold. He scanned the crowd and said, "It's already the 6th day, and it's still a failure. The battle array controlled by the talisman is not that difficult. But to fail for 6 consecutive days, I think some people are too stupid to stay on my team. I'll report this and get rid of these people." At these words, the old heavenly soldiers' faces changed. If they were kicked out of a team because of their stupidity, they would lose all face. They would not be able to raise their heads in front of others in the future. "Muyin, what do you mean by this?" One of the old heavenly soldiers yelled, staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. "What do I mean?" Lu Ming swept his cold gaze over the old heavenly soldiers and said coldly, "I've already given you a chance. It's been 5 days, and every time there's a problem with the arrays operation, it's all because of you. If you're not stupid, what are you? How can idiots like you become heavenly soldiers? What a joke. What does the battle array's failure have to do with us? You're the core of the battle array. I suspect that your cultivation is too low and your strength is too weak to activate the battle array." An old heavenly soldier said. "That's right. I think we should just replace you as the captain. Get a stronger captain, and everything will be fine." "That's right. You're blaming us for your own problems. What a joke. With your strength, not only will you not get any merit points by leading us to fight the devils, you'll also get us killed." The old heavenly soldiers shouted. "Oh, so you're doubting my strength?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He suddenly took a step forward, and a powerful aura rose and pressed down on the old heavenly soldiers. However, the old heavenly soldiers were unafraid. They also unleashed their auras to resist, looking provocatively at Lu Ming. They were waiting for Lu Ming to make his move. If Lu Ming made the first move and they retaliated, it would not be considered as offending their superiors. As long as they defeated Lu Ming and let Lu Ming know that they were weak, they would be too embarrassed to be the captain. They would automatically step down and get a stronger captain. "Since you doubt my strength, I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Defeat me, and I'll step down as the captain. Otherwise, you'd better listen to me obediently. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished," Lu Ming said coldly. Chapter 4036. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned these old heavenly soldiers. "You took the initiative to challenge us. Don't say we offended you," said one of the celestial soldiers ferociously. He wasn't very old, but he had a big beard and looked ferocious. "Of course," Lu Ming nodded. "All right, I'll fight against you," shouted the young man with the big beard. A powerful chi emerged from his body. He had the strength of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. That was the young man's cultivation level. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared in his hands. Like a door, he slashed at Lu Ming violently. The aura was so powerful that the air vibrated. The huge battle axe went straight for Lu Ming's face. Even though the young man with the big beard only had the strength of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer, he was extremely strong. A cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer was as strong as a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming did not take this combat power seriously at all. He didn't even need to use the battle formula. He just threw a punch. Dong! Lu Ming's fist collided with the young man with the big beard's axe. An explosion spread in the air, and at the same time, there were some cracking sounds. That was the sound of the opponent's axe being broken. Lu Ming had used the great destructive technique to destroy it. The young man with the big beard trembled violently and was propelled backwards. He coughed up blood and crashed onto the ground. The young man with the big beard had been defeated in one attack. The old celestial soldiers frowned. They were astonished. That little boy is strong. He can fight against cultivators of 3 cultivation levels higher than him. He's a genius, but his cultivation level is too low. He's not qualified to lead us. The old celestial soldiers discussed secretly. Anyone else? If you don't agree, come and fight, said Lu Ming. I'll fight against you. Another young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a long purple robe and had a luxurious aura. His body was enveloped by purple light. Then, the purple light condensed into 13 divine swords. That was the young man's cultivation level. Lu Xiaofeng has made his move. He can definitely defeat this guy. Lu Xiaofeng is strong enough to kill cultivators who are 1 cultivation level higher than him. He's not just strong enough to defeat them, he's strong enough to kill them. He also has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. Even if he's talented, it's useless. A cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer dares act like he's invincible? Ridiculous. These old heavenly soldiers communicated with each other through voice transmission, their faces relaxed. They believed that the purple-robed youth's victory was assured. 13 swords of the Purple Mountain, sword breaking the 9 heavens. Lu Xiaofeng let out a long roar and pushed his battle prowess to the limit. 13 purple divine swords were unleashed, and sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Even cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer would have to dodge that attack. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. However, the slogan is quite loud, but it's just an embroidered pillow. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, pitch-black demonic swords appeared in the void one after another. This was the great devil sword art. Over 100 swords appeared, and they shot toward Lu Xiaofeng like a torrential storm. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out. Lu Xiaofeng's 13 violet divine swords were directly destroyed by the great devil sword art. The sword chi didn't stop. Lu Xiaofeng gave a horrible shriek and was blown away. He coughed up blood, and many wounds appeared on his body. Lu Xiaofeng, who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, had been defeated in one strike. This was an internal battle, so, of course, they didn't use heavenly soldier's armor. Otherwise, they would have used 3rd-class heavenly soldier's armor. All the old heavenly soldiers couldn't remain calm anymore. They were astonished, and some of them took deep breaths. How terrifying! A cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer can defeat Lu Xiaofeng. Is he also talented enough to be on the universe's young geniuses list? But his name isn't on the list of universe's young geniuses list. He's probably a rising star. What should we do? These old heavenly soldiers were secretly communicating again. To be honest, Lu Ming's talent was really terrifying. They had already somewhat acknowledged Lu Ming's ability. However, it would be too embarrassing to take back the harsh words that they had just said. I'll fight. At this moment, a young man walked out like a god of wind. Ruan Mingyu is going to fight. Ruan Mingyu can probably defeat him. Definitely. They were all 3rd-class heavenly soldiers. Even though they had been heavenly soldiers for a long time, they weren't very strong. If they were, they would have become 2nd-class heavenly soldiers a long time ago. Therefore, Ruan Mingyu was the strongest of them all. He had the strength of the top of the 6th godly emperor layer, but Ruan Mingyu could defeat cultivators who were 2 cultivation levels higher than him. He could fight against cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. With the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, they didn't believe they couldn't defeat Lu Ming. It's too troublesome to fight one by one. I don't have time to waste on you. Come at me together, said Lu Ming indifferently, glancing at the old heavenly soldiers. At the same time, the Zephyr Pearl appeared in his hand. A terrifying wind swept out and turned into a dozen wind blades, revolving around Lu Ming. Ruan Mingyu's body stiffened all of a sudden. His pupils dilated as he stared at the strong winds and wind blades surrounding Lu Ming in horror. This was because he felt a terrifying sense of danger from the gale wind blades. He had a bone-chilling feeling. He felt that as long as these wind blades flew towards him, he would only have a dead end. Even if he used his heavenly soldier armor, he wouldn't be able to block them. His intuition was right. Lu Ming's great godly wind technique had already reached the level of great success. He could summon even more terrifying gales from the Zephyr Pearl. Even a third-class heavenly soldier armor that could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't block a gale attack. He wasn't the only one. The other old heavenly soldiers' hair stood on end. Cold chi rose from their feet to their heads. A terrifying weapon. A terrifying weapon. They understood that it was Lu Ming's weapon. A weapon that could threaten cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming. What? You don't dare attack? Come at me together, said Lu Ming. The old heavenly soldiers glanced at each other. Suddenly, Ruan Mingyu bowed hand over fist to Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, no, Captain, you're strong enough to be our captain. I, Ruan Mingyu, am convinced. Indeed, I'm convinced too. I had eyes but failed to see. I underestimated you, Captain. You can punish me as you wish. Me too, Captain. Punish me as you wish. These old heavenly soldiers bowed to Lu Ming and admitted their mistakes. Compared to before, there was a 180-degree change in their attitude. They were now respectful. Chapter 40:37. Among the celestial soldiers, some of the weaker ones only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, so there weren't that many of them. Most of the 2nd celestial soldiers had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming had the Zephyr Pearl, which was a powerful weapon. He had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. As a 2nd celestial soldier, he was definitely qualified to lead them. They could only sigh. They had underestimated Lu Ming. They would never have thought that Lu Ming, who only had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, could be so strong. Usually, even if someone had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, they wouldn't be able to display the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. But Lu Ming had done it. They had underestimated him. Lu Ming was much more talented than they had imagined. When they saw Lu Ming's strength, they immediately admitted their mistakes. All right, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll punish you severely, said Lu Ming coldly. He knew very well that these people were targeting him mainly because his cultivation level was too low. These people were afraid that Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high enough. If he led them to fight against the demons, not only would they not be able to obtain merit points, but they would also harm them. They were not targeting him. As long as he showed them how strong he was, they would be convinced. Captain, don't worry. From now on, I'll support you. Me too, said the old celestial soldiers. After all, their team would be in the same boat in the future. They would be bound together for good or ill. Since they had decided to follow Lu Ming, they couldn't be disloyal. Otherwise, when they fought against the demons, they would be the ones who would be harmed. All right, let's start again, ordered Lu Ming. He understood that he had managed to subdue the celestial soldiers. Of course, it was impossible for them to work for him wholeheartedly and willingly. Lu Ming had no intention of subduing these people to work for him. It was just a cooperative relationship. Lu Ming needed this position to hunt demons. He only needed to obtain merit points. BZZZ. As the battle matrix was activated, a golden divine sword was formed and slashed toward the ground. Boom! There was an explosion on the ground, but it didn't leave a mark. The ground was covered with talismans. With their strength, they couldn't destroy it. That's why they dared to attack the ground. Not bad. It's very powerful. Lu Ming nodded. The old celestial soldiers didn't cause trouble, so the battle formation was activated smoothly. It was the first time, so they weren't familiar with it, and couldn't display its full strength. However, it was enough to kill cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Even cultivators who had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't resist it. Again, Lu Ming shouted and continued to drill the battle formation. For the next 20 days, they practiced the battle formation every day. After 20 days of practice, they could already operate it as one and unleash the power of the battle formation to its maximum. The combined attack of the battle formations was extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't as strong as the attack of an emperor god, it wasn't too far off. It had been exactly 1 month since Lu Ming received the Array Talisman. At this time, Lieutenant Lu Danning once again gathered the captains for a meeting. In recent years, the Abyss Devils have become more and more low-key, and the number of times they have attacked Nantian City has decreased. Things are a bit strange, so the Heaven Palace has decided to take advantage of this period to occupy the territory around Nantian City and use it as a stronghold. First, we can expand the area of defense. Second, we can kill some demons and weaken their strength. Therefore, we're going to send celestial soldiers to eliminate the demons around Nantian City. You're going to fight. Lu Danning went straight to the point. Good, we're finally going to fight. We've been here for so long and haven't fought. I'm bored to death, said a tall and sturdy young man with a smile. The other captains had different expressions on their faces. Some of them looked expectant and eager to fight. As for some people, their expressions were somewhat grave. However, most of them looked expectant, such as Lu Ming. After all, they could only obtain merit points by killing demons. They couldn't get any merit points if they stayed in Nantian City all the time. Now, I'm going to assign the tasks. Feng Su, Yao Chao, Song Xiaoqi, you guys will lead your men to the 2nd grade area, Hungry Wolf Mountain Range. Eliminate the demons there, Lu Danning ordered. Yes. 3 of the captains stood up to receive the order. Mu Yun, De Gang, Xianxia, the 3 of you will lead your men to 8 Snake Mountain Range and eliminate all the demons there. Don't leave a single one alive. Lu Danning continued to give orders. Yes. Lu Ming and the other 2 stood up to receive the order. At the same time, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. What a coincidence. When he participated in the Celestial Soldier Assessment, he had headed to 8 Snake Mountain Range. Now that he had become a Celestial Soldier, his first mission to eliminate demons was also 8 Snake Mountain Range. It could only be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lu Danning continued to give orders. Soon, all 20 captains received their tasks. Now you guys are heading to the 2nd grade area. It's the easiest. After eliminating these areas, there will be other missions. At that time, you might enter the 3rd grade area. Set off now, Lu Danning ordered. Everyone received the order and left the place. Lu Ming returned to the encampment and left Nantian City with 49 members. They headed towards 8 Snake Mountain Range. After leaving Nantian City, there was a vast area. This area was empty and there were no demons there. Because this area had been cleared by the Heavenly Palace, there were also strong cultivators from the Heavenly Palace patrolling the area. Therefore, it was relatively safe. The 2nd grade and 1st grade areas of the 8 Snake Mountain Range were the closest to this area. There were fewer high-level demons there. Very quickly, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the 8 Snake Mountain Range. Lu Ming discovered that apart from the 3 teams, there were other teams. They were obviously sent by other captains. There were 10 teams in total. We should split up. That way, we can obtain more merit points, said another captain, Xianxia. He glanced at Lu Ming disdainfully. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only of the 3rd godly emperor layer. Surprisingly, he was on the same level as him. Xianxia's fighting strength was equivalent to the 9th godly emperor layer. Therefore, he didn't want to act together with Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would drag them down. Then, Xianxia left with his team. After that, another captain, De Gang, also left with his team. Apparently, he had the same idea as Xianxia. What a bunch of snobs. Yes, sooner or later, we'll make them sit up and take notice of us. Some people in Lu Ming's team were unhappy. Now, they were on the same boat as Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was looked down upon, it meant that they were looked down upon as well. Of course, they were unhappy. Let them be arrogant for now. Later, when we kill more demons than them, we'll see what they have to say. Yes, Captain, let's kill them. Some people shouted. Chapter 4038. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. He didn't care about other people looking down on him. To be honest, the more people looked down on him, the better it was for him. Wasn't it great to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? A group of 50 people rushed into the 8-Snake Demons mountain range. Dandan, check the nearby Evil Demons mountain range, said Lu Ming to Dandan. Leave it to me. Dandan grinned and formed a seal with both hands. Countless runes appeared and sank into the ground and the void, disappearing without a trace. What a mysterious talisman. When the others saw Dandan attack, their eyes twinkled. They were astonished. These people were not weaklings. They still had good eyesight. As soon as they saw Dandan attack, they could tell that Dandan's Tao of runes was very mysterious and unfathomable. They understood that they hadn't just underestimated Lu Ming. They had also underestimated Dandan. Dandan and Lu Ming were together. They couldn't help but think highly of Lu Ming. They're 120,000 li to the northwest. There's an Evil Demons mountain range, said Dandan. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. He led the group to attack the Evil Demons mountain range. This time, it was different from last time. This time, Lu Ming was fearless. He was full of confidence. Even though, in their group, only he and Ling Yue had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Dandan's deployment spells were mysterious, but he hadn't reached the 9th Godly Emperor layer yet. However, they had the Heavenly Palace's deployment spell. Once it was activated, they could kill evil demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer as easily as cutting vegetables. Therefore, they were fearless in the 8-Snake Demons mountain range. Even if they encountered the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great deployment spell from last time, they were confident they could escape unscathed. It didn't take long for them to reach the tribe. Without the slightest suspense, the Fiend Devil tribe was exterminated and the Fiend Devil spirit blood was collected. The evil demon spirit blood was temporarily kept by Lu Ming. Once they returned to South Sky City, it would naturally be distributed according to merit. The Heavenly Palace had its own distribution system to ensure fairness to everyone. After annihilating this tribe, the Dandan quickly discovered another tribe, and they slaughtered their way over. No one would show mercy to demons. No matter how strong or weak they would all be killed. Just like that, they swept their way through. In 2 days, they had wiped out more than 50 tribes. Gradually, they approached the core of the 8-Snake Demon Mountain Range, where the 8 snakes intersected, which was also the territory of the 8-Snake Demon Kingdom. If we want to get more merits, we have to destroy the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom. But be careful, they have many strong cultivators. They have at least 400 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Maybe even more, Lu Ming said. In the previous battle of the Godly Dawn Peak, the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom had dispatched about 400 cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming reckoned that the Devil Kingdom of 8 Snakes would not send out all of its members. They should still be holding back. In that case, it was possible that there were more than 500 9th-level Divine Emperors. There would definitely be more cultivators of the 7th and 8th Godly Emperor layer. If they relied on their real fighting strength, they would definitely die if they fought against so many strong cultivators. But they had a battle formation, so they didn't have to worry about anything. So many strong cultivators. How many merits will we get if we kill them all? Captain, let's hurry up. Don't let the other teams get ahead of us. Indeed, some people were looking forward to it. They wished they could immediately go to the 8 Snakes Demon Palace. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. They didn't stop. They immediately rushed towards the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom's palace. But after a short time, Lu Ming frowned, because they hadn't encountered a single demon on their way. Normally, the closer they got to the 8 Snakes Demon Palace, the more demons they would encounter and the stronger they would be. But there weren't any demons here, especially when they passed by several tall cities. But those cities were empty. There wasn't a single demon. They also didn't find any demon corpses. It was as if these demons had disappeared into thin air. They should have retreated. Some other teams got here before us. Lu Ming said. Then we have to hurry, urged Dandan. Now, he was also thirsting for merit points. Everyone sped up, rushing towards the demon palace. Soon, they were close to the demon palace. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound came from the front. Then, they saw rays of divine light soaring to the sky and a demonic aura filling the air. Obviously, a fierce battle was taking place in front of them. Sure enough, some teams had already arrived. "Restrain your aura. Let's go closer and take a look," Lu Ming said to everyone. He naturally wouldn't rush up rashly. According to his usual style, he would first approach to observe the situation. If the situation was favorable, he would attack, and if it wasn't, he would turn around and leave. For them, the distance of tens of thousands of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. In front of them, huge mountains appeared, and on these mountains, huge palaces were built. This was the Eight-Snake Demon Palace. At this moment, the Eight-Snake Demon Palace had completely turned into a battlefield. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and countless demons gathered into a large formation, turning into huge demonic shadows, roaring like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. On the other side, there were teams from the primitive universe. There were a total of 5 teams. Among them, the 2 teams that came with Lu Ming's group were there, and the captains were De Gang and Xianxia. The 5 teams from the Heavenly Palace all activated the battle formation, condensing 5 golden divine swords, which were extremely powerful, clashing with the huge demons. It had to be said that this kind of formation in the Heavenly Palace was really mysterious. Once the formation talisman was integrated into the Heavenly Soldier armor, once activated, not only could it stimulate the cultivator's own strength, but it could also stimulate the power of the Heavenly Soldier armor, which could erupt with amazing power. The 5 golden battle swords were actually locked in a fierce battle with the demon's 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation. After fighting for a while, there was still no clear winner. "Captain, should we make a move?" Someone asked Lu Ming. "Wait a minute, someone else is coming," Lu Ming said in a low voice. Sure enough, not far away, there were rays of light flying towards them. It was another team from the Heavenly Palace. As soon as this team arrived, they immediately set up a large formation, condensed a golden battle sword, and charged into the battlefield. With the addition of another team, the Heavenly Palace's strength became stronger, and they began to gain the upper hand, suppressing the demons. A few tall demons were suppressed, and they kept retreating. "Captain, let's make a move quickly. If we make a move now, we can destroy the demon's formation in one fell swoop," someone suggested. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded and was about to give the order to make a move, but immediately, Lu Ming's face became serious. Chapter 4039. Wait! Just as Lu Ming was about to give the order to attack the demons, his expression turned grave, and he stopped everyone from doing so. Guo had sent Lu Ming telepathically. "Lu Ming, don't attack." I sensed a terrifying strength in the palace. Terrifying strength? Lu Ming's expression was grave, and he asked doubtfully. "Indeed, it's a supreme god's chi," said Guo, "supreme god." Lu Ming was astonished. There was a supreme god in the palace of the 8 snakes? Wasn't it said that the strongest cultivators in the kingdom of the 8 snakes were only cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer? How could there be a supreme god? Supreme gods were much stronger than godly emperors. Generally speaking, even cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't compete with supreme gods. If there was a celestial emperor in the 8-snake demon palace, then the people of the heavenly palace would be in danger. That chi is very weak. It seems like a supreme god, but it doesn't seem like one, whispered Guo muttered, as if he himself was somewhat puzzled. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the 8-snake demon palace, a terrifying devilish chi erupted. The devilish chi soared to the sky, and a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was also a fiend, but it looked very old. It was an old fiend. "It's His Majesty the King. It's really His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King came out. Did he break through? That chi isn't a demon emperor's chi. It's a demon emperor's chi, shouted many demons. Demons and gods were very similar, but they weren't divided into godly emperors and supreme gods. They were divided into demon emperors and demon emperors. Demon emperors were equal to godly emperors. Demon emperors were equal to godly emperors. That old man was the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Kingdom. Creatures of the ancient desolate universe, die, shouted the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Kingdom. He turned into a beam of demonic light and moved towards one of the troops of the heavenly palace. Xiao, the shocking demonic chi condensed into a demonic sword and slashed at the team. The sword chi soared into the sky, and its power was shocking. Control the formation with all your might. Block it, the leader of that group roared. The group of 50 people activated the formation with all their strength, condensing a golden divine sword and slashing forward. Boom! A demonic sword and a divine sword clashed head-on, causing an earth-shattering boom. One side of the sky was filled with demonic chi, while the other side was filled with golden divine light. However, this situation only lasted for a few seconds. The demonic chi suddenly flourished and completely suppressed the golden divine light. With a bang, the golden battle sword directly shattered and exploded. The demonic sword did not stop and continued to slash forward. Block it. The expressions of everyone in that group changed drastically. They did their best to activate the formation. A light barrier appeared around the 50 of them. It was a defensive light barrier. Boom! The demonic sword ruthlessly slashed at the defensive light barrier, causing another earth-shattering boom to erupt. The next moment, cracks appeared on the defensive light barrier. Then, with a bang, the defensive light barrier exploded. Horrible shrieks spread in the air. Of the 50 people in that group, at least 20 of them let out blood-curdling screams. Their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Even though they had celestial armors that could block a full-strength attack of a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, it was useless. They were killed by the sharp sword chi. The remaining people were a bit stronger, but they were also pushed back. Many of them had wounds all over their bodies and were coughing up blood. They were seriously injured. Only the leader was in a much better condition. He was not seriously injured. That was because the leader was a second-class celestial soldier. His armor could block a full-strength attack of a cultivator of the first Great Supreme God layer. Damn it, it's a Great Supreme God. How could there be a Great Supreme God in the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range? The people from the other teams also cried out in horror. All right, kill all the creatures in the primitive universe. Kill them all. Destroy the Heavenly Palace's trash. The demons' morale was greatly boosted. Many of them shouted excitedly. In the past, the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range had been in seclusion to break through to the Great Supreme God layer. Everything was handled by Prince Sa Imoluo. In fact, no one was confident that the king could break through to the Great Supreme God layer. It was too difficult to break through to the Great Supreme God layer. In the history of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range, there were only a few who could break through to the Great Supreme God layer. Unexpectedly, the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range had really broken through to the Great Supreme God layer. It was really exciting. Kill! The king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range roared. He turned into a demon sword and attacked another group. This team was the gang's team. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that the gang and the others could not dodge it. 50 people moving together slowed down a lot. However, they did not dare to split up. There were so many demon experts here. If they split up and did not set up a great array, they would die. Activate the great array. Activate the great array. The gang shouted crazily. Their group activated the great array and condensed a golden sword to fight against the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range. Unfortunately, the result was similar to the previous group. Under the attack of the demon sword, the battle array collapsed. Nearly half of the people inside died on the spot. The remaining people also suffered heavy injuries. Only the captain, the gang, was not injured because he did not rely on his second-grade Celestial Soldier battle armor. Two groups were broken in succession. Once the battle array was broken, these people were equivalent to being crippled. One had to know that there were countless demons in the surroundings. They were surrounded by demons and could not break out. After breaking two groups, the King of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range did not have any intention of stopping. He continued to attack, killing his way to the third group. Although the third group resisted with all their might, the result was the same as the previous two groups. They were also broken, and a small half of their people died. There were originally 6 groups, but 3 of them were crippled in an instant. Only 3 groups were left. At this time, the King of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range stopped. He stood in the air and said, "Activate the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering great array. Annihilate them. Kill." Countless demons roared and activated the 10,000 demon god slaughtering great array. Huge demonic shadows rushed towards the Heavenly Palace's group. The 3 groups that were crippled did not have a battle array and could not resist these demons. They were killed one after another. Only 3 groups were still intact. They relied on their battle array to resist. However, with only 3 groups, they were not a match for the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering great array. They were completely at a disadvantage. If this continued, the battle array would break and people would die. That King of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range actually stopped attacking. In the distance, Lu Ming was astonished. With the King of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range's strength, he should be able to break the battle array of the remaining 3 groups in one go. That way, he could easily annihilate the Heavenly Palace's group. Why did he stop after breaking 3 groups? Chapter 4040. Logically speaking, shouldn't the King of the Eight Snake Demon Kingdom be able to defeat the remaining 3 teams in one go? As long as the battle formation of the Heavenly Palace was destroyed, the people of the Heavenly Palace would be at their mercy. However, the King of the Eight Snake Demon Kingdom only destroyed 3 of the teams and left the other 3 behind. It was a little strange. I know, I finally understand. At this moment, Guillemot shouted again. "Guillemot, what do you understand?" Lu Ming asked. "I can see that this guy has not really broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. The aura he exudes is just an illusion. I reckon that there's a big problem when he broke through, and he's only half a step into the Divine Emperor realm." Guillemot said, "Half a step into the Divine Emperor realm?" Lu Ming was puzzled. How could such a situation happen? Yes, in the history of the chaotic universe, there are many such cases. Usually, there are people who are not qualified to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, but they force themselves to do so. There are many such people who fail, but there are also cases like this where they only succeed by half a step. In such cases, their cultivation realm is extremely unstable. They will be in the Divine Emperor realm for a while, and then they will be in the Divine Emperor realm for a while. Moreover, if they can't completely enter the Divine Emperor realm within 10,000 years, their body will explode and they will die. Guillemot explained. "You're saying that when he attacked just now, he was in the Divine Emperor realm, but now he has fallen to the Divine Emperor realm?" Lu Ming was smart enough to understand it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "That's right." Guillemot nodded. "How did he calculate the time of his fall? Will he recover to the Divine Emperor realm in the next moment?" Lu Ming asked. "No, it will take at least a few hours to recover to the Divine Emperor realm after falling to the Divine Emperor realm." Guillemot said. "A few hours?" Lu Ming's eyes shone even brighter. A plan emerged in his mind. "Kid, now is the best time to strike." Guillemot said. "That's right. However, the 10,000 demons' great formation cannot be underestimated. We have to think of a way to deal with it. We can only rely on Dandan now." Almost instantly, a complete plan appeared in Lu Ming's mind. "Everyone, I plan to take action and kill the King of the Eight Snake Demon Kingdom." Following that, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others. "What?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill a god emperor. This was an immortal emperor. Even if they set up a battle formation, it would be of no use. Only death awaited them. The lesson of the past was right in front of them. Was Lu Ming crazy? Don't worry, I'm not crazy. This king of the 8-snake demon kingdom hasn't completely stepped into the god emperor realm. He's only half a step into the god emperor realm. Lu Ming immediately explained the news that Bone Demon had told him to everyone. When everyone heard this, they were extremely surprised. Mu Yin, what's your plan? Ling Yue asked. My plan is to first kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. However, with so many of us going over, the other party will definitely discover that it's hiding in the 10,000 demons God slaughtering great formation. It won't be easy to kill them. Therefore, you and I can only quietly go over and use our strongest methods to kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom in one fell swoop. As for Dandan, he will quietly set up a formation to break the 10,000 demons God slaughtering great formation. Of course, he will also set up a formation that can hide our auras. After the two of us kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom, we will quickly gather and set up a battle formation to hunt down the demons. Lu Ming quickly explained his plan. His plan was mainly based on the 3 rings. In the first ring, Dandan would first set up the formation. In the second ring, he and Ling Yue would take action and use their strongest offensive methods to kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom in one fell swoop. In the third ring, they would quickly gather and set up a battle formation to break through the 10,000 demons God slaughtering great formation and kill the demons. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dandan nodded. Suddenly, dense runes spread out from his body and his figure disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming and the others continued to wait. The situation at the Heavenly Palace was even more critical at this moment. The 3 teams that had formed a battle formation could only barely defend. They were extremely passive and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. As for the 3 teams that had their battle formations broken, they were in an even worse state. The 3 teams originally had a total of 150 people, but now there were only 3 left. Yes, there were only 3 captains left. They relied on their second-class heavenly armors to bitterly hold on. The others were all dead. Not a single one was left. Even the 3 captains wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The second-class heavenly armors weren't omnipotent. They would run out of energy. I'm unwilling. I just became a heavenly soldier. The remaining people let out unwilling roars and then used all their strength to resist. They were unwilling to die here. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, they had to fight for it. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. It could buy them more time. Dandan, hurry up, Lu Ming whispered. The king of the 8-snake demon kingdom had fallen to the divine emperor realm for about a few hours, but the exact number of hours was not certain. However, by the time they made their move, the other party had already recovered his divine emperor cultivation. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Dandan's speed was very fast. In less than 2 hours, he had already returned. You can make your move now. It's already settled, Dandan said. With a wave of his hand, runes climbed onto Lu Ming and Ling Yue's bodies, causing their bodies to seem invisible. Their auras also became extremely secretive. The 2 of them didn't stop and directly set off. Following the side, they bypassed the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array and headed toward the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. The king of the 8-snake demon kingdom stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was very confident. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him. The battle strength he had displayed before was enough to scare people out of their wits. Therefore, he wasn't too wary. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were enveloped by the array set up by Dandan as they quietly approached the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. On the way, Lu Ming was still observing the situation of the battlefield. The 3 captains who didn't have a battle formation had already fallen. Even if they had a second-tier heavenly soldier armor, they wouldn't be able to last for so long. As for the remaining 3 teams that had set up a battle formation, they could be defeated at any time. This was because the auras of many people inside were extremely weak. Blood was flowing out of their mouths, and they were about to run out of energy. Their battle formation could collapse at any time. Boom! Right at this moment, a shocking rumble resounded, followed by a series of miserable shrieks. One of the battle formations of one of the teams finally couldn't hold on any longer and was defeated. Of the 50 people who formed the battle formation, more than 20 were killed by the demons and died on the spot. Chapter 40-41. Another battle formation was broken, and half of the people died on the spot. The remaining people were also flying for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly out at all. They were like caged birds, filled with fear. Kill, haha. After killing these creatures of the desolate universe, we can have a celebratory feast tonight and have a full meal. Be careful, leave the corpses intact. Don't destroy them. These are all great supplements. The surrounding demons roared and activated the 10,000 demon god, slaughtering array, to chase after the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. Without the battle formation, these heavenly soldiers were no match for the demons and were constantly hunted down. The remaining 20 or so people died one after another. At this moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were already within 100 miles of the 8-snake demon kingdom's king. You attack here. I'll kill my way over. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue. At a distance of 100 miles, the power of Ling Yue's arrow was completely at its peak. All right, you have to be careful, Ling Yue said with worry in her eyes. Lu Ming went over to fight. If the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom's battle prowess was still at the God Emperor realm, then Lu Ming would be in danger. As for her, she still had room to escape. Don't worry, Lu Ming smiled and continued to approach the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. In Ling Yue's hand, the blood-stained elven royal bow had already appeared. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Ling Yue's body. A towering tree appeared, and a majestic power poured into Ling Yue's elven royal bow. Wong! The elven royal bow trembled, and an arrow condensed. All of this seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, an arrow flew through the air and shot towards the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. As soon as the arrow was shot, the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom sensed it. How dare you? You're courting death. The king of the 8-snake demon kingdom roared, and a powerful demonic aura soared into the sky, transforming into a huge demon sword that slashed towards Ling Yue. However, the aura was far inferior to before. God Emperor Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As expected, the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom's cultivation was at the God Emperor realm, not the God Emperor realm. As long as it was a God Emperor, it was easy. Boom! In an instant, Ling Yue's arrow collided with the demon sword of the 8-snake demon kingdom's king, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Then, Ling Yue's arrow exploded with a bang, and the demon sword also collapsed. The king of the 8-snake demon kingdom's body trembled as he retreated. Even though the king of the 8-snake devil kingdom was no longer in the God Emperor realm and had temporarily fallen to the God Emperor realm, his battle prowess was still shockingly strong. After all, he had broken through to the great supreme god layer. Even if he had become a godly emperor, he was still much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. It had to be known that Ling Yue had already broken through to the 4th layer of the divine emperor realm. Using the elven king bow with all her might to kill an ordinary 9th layer divine emperor realm cultivator was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. However, that attack from earlier had managed to tie with the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. Fortunately, Ling Yue wasn't the only one who attacked. The moment Ling Yue made her move, Lu Ming also made his move. He held the Gale Bead in his left hand and the Ice Mystic Rod in his right. First, he activated the Gale Bead, and a powerful gale was drawn out, transforming into a terrifying wind blade that shot towards the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm, the power within the Gale Bead was already comparable to that of a 9th layer godly emperor realm cultivator. And now, Lu Ming's cultivation had already broken through to the third layer of the godly emperor realm. Coupled with the fact that his great divine wind technique had reached the large success stage, the power of the gale he drew out was several times stronger than before. At the same time that the gale wind blade flew out, Lu Ming's taboo energy was crazily channeled into the ice mystic rod. The ice mystic rod rapidly grew in size, like a mountain range spanning between heaven and earth, and smashed towards the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom. Lu Ming's timing was simply too good. It just so happened that the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom and Ling Yue had exchanged a move and retreated. At this time, the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom had just lost his old strength and had yet to recover his new strength, but Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Roar! The king of the eight-snake demon kingdom let out a roar, forcibly erupting with an intense demonic aura. A pair of demon wings also rapidly grew in size, protecting him in the middle. Boom! The gale wind blade struck the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom. The powerful force blasted the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom back, and at the same time, the scorching gale continuously burned the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom. The king of the eight-snake demon kingdom let out a painful roar, and at this time, the ice mystic rod had already arrived. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks came one after another, not giving the other party a chance to breathe at all. Lu Ming had already broken through to the third layer of the godly emperor realm, and the power of the ice mystic rod with his full strength was already terrifying to the extreme. It was not weaker than the arrows shot by Ling Yue. The king of the eight-snake demon kingdom let out a roar, his eyes filled with fear as he used all his strength to resist. However, at this time, they were afraid that they could only use 50% of their strength. Boom! The ice mystic rod accurately struck the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom. A destructive power exploded, and the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom's pair of demon wings were the first to shatter. The ice mystic rod did not stop, bombarding the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom's body. A large amount of blood mist shot out from the king's body, and his body flew down like a meteor, crashing into a huge mountain peak. With a violent explosion, the mountain peak and the palace on top of the mountain peak completely exploded, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. And the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom's body was embedded in the huge pit. However, he was too miserable. His upper body, including his head, was already gone. He had been completely shattered by the ice mystic rod. With only the lower half of his body left, he was naturally dead. The king of the eight-snake demon kingdom had fallen. This time, all the demons present were stunned. Everything that had happened just now seemed to have happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. From a moment Ling Yue made her move, and then Lu Ming made his move, killing the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom in one go. It was all completed in an instant. By the time the surrounding demons reacted, the king of the eight-snake demon kingdom had already been killed. These demons were completely stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and they found it hard to believe that their king had been killed just like that. Just a moment ago, their king was still filled with an invincible spirit. He had the battle strength of a god emperor, and he had defeated an entire team with a single move. He was powerful and invincible. But in the next moment, how'd he get killed? Their minds were unable to wrap their heads around it. Not only them, even the people from the heavenly palace were stunned. However, they reacted quickly and hurriedly attacked with all their might, wanting to rush out. They almost made a hole in the 10,000 demon god-slaughtering array. The king is dead. Ah, damn it. Attack with all your might and kill these heavenly palace bastards to avenge the king. Kill. Countless demons roared, and the 10,000 demon god-slaughtering array was activated again, attacking the people from the heavenly palace. At the same time, there were also many attacks aimed at Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4042. Those demons also launched their attacks, charging toward Lu Ming and Ling Yue. However, Lu Ming and the others were prepared. After killing the king of the kingdom of the eight snakes, They retreated at full speed. Lu Ming's subordinates quickly rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. After a few breaths, they gathered together. At the same time, Danden's figure appeared at the right time and joined them. As soon as they gathered together, they started activating the battle formation. BZZ, BZB. Their battle armors were dazzling and resonating with each other, as if there was an invisible thread connecting them. Battle formation, activate. Dazzling light burst out, condensing into a golden battle sword. It slashed out horizontally, colliding with the demon's attack, blocking the demon's attack. Kill. Kill them. Activate the 10,000 demons, slaughtering God's great formation. Today, none of them will leave. Kill them all. Avenge the king. Shouted a large number of fiends. They were using their full strength to activate the 10,000 demons, slaughtering God's great formation. This was the capital of the kingdom of the Eight Snakes. Before, the kingdom of the Eight Snakes had gathered all their strong cultivators. Therefore, there were many fiends there. There were at least 500 fiends of the 9th godly emperor layer. There were even more fiends of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer. Altogether, there were more than 10,000 fiends. It was the real 10,000 demons slaughtering God's great formation. 13 gigantic fiends had condensed. They were terrifyingly strong. Even if they weren't as strong as great supreme gods, they weren't far from it. If the troops of the heavenly palace hadn't relied on the battle formation and the celestial battle armors, they wouldn't have been able to stop them. The difference between them was too great. Even so, they needed at least 5 or 6 troops to stop them. Now, the heavenly palace only had 3 troops, including Lu Ming and the others. They couldn't fight against them head-on. Of the 13 gigantic fiends, 6 of them were attacking the remaining 2 troops with their full strength. 5 fiends were attacking Lu Ming and the others. They wanted to kill them all. Each of the demonic shadows was gigantic. Demonic chi soared into the sky. They held demonic sabers in their hands. With a slash, the void was split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the others activated the battle formation with all their might, but they were only able to block a few moves before they were sent flying. Many of them felt their blood boil, their faces flushed red, and they almost vomited blood. The remaining 2 teams were also like arrows at the end of their flight. It was very dangerous for them to deal with the 6 huge demonic shadows. I don't want to die. Among them, Xianxia roared in his heart, his eyes full of unwillingness. Although Lu Ming and Ling Yue had suddenly exploded and killed the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom, causing his jaw to drop. Previously, he had looked down on Lu Ming and the others, but he had never thought that Lu Ming and Ling Yue would actually have such strength. This also allowed them to see the hope of survival, and they wanted to rush out in one go. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so in the end. Their strength had weakened too much, and they were unable to rush out. Danden, what do you think? Is that enough? Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Danden. That's enough? Watch me. Danden replied. Following that, he took a few steps forward, and runes spread out, disappearing into the void. Following that, densely packed runes appeared in the void, forming a large array. The situation was extremely similar to the time when Danden broke the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. As soon as Danden made his move, the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation of the demons stopped operating. Attack the left, then the right, Danden began to give pointers. Lu Ming and the others immediately activated the battle formation. The golden sword light first slashed towards the left. This sword collided with the demonic blade of a huge demonic shadow. However, the location of the collision was very particular. It happened to be the flaw in the formation. Boom! The huge demonic shadow frantically retreated, and then with a bang, it collapsed. The great formation was broken. The demons inside were flying everywhere. Then, under Danden's guidance, Lu Ming and the others continued to attack. Every time he made a move, a huge demonic silhouette would be blasted apart. In the blink of an eye, the 5 huge demonic shadows attacking Lu Ming and the others were all destroyed. The remaining people in the heavenly palace were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming and the others had defeated the 5 huge demonic shadows so easily. They were originally in despair, but now they saw hope again. Muyun, quick, come and save us. Xianxia roared excitedly. Save you? No, 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 we are weak. We will drag you down if we go over. You are strong. I believe you can escape on your own. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming, but Dandan. His tone was full of disdain. Previously, Xianxia was very disdainful of Lu Ming and the others. He also said that he did not want to act with Lu Ming and the others because Lu Ming and the others would be a burden to him. Now, Dandan returned Xianxia's own words to him. Xianxia's face was flushed red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. With the strength of Lu Ming and the others, how could they be a burden to them? Wasn't that ridiculous? We are all heavenly soldiers. You can't leave us to die. Xianxia shouted. He did not want to admit his mistake and wanted to use the rules of the heavenly soldiers to suppress Lu Ming and the others. We are not leaving you to die. We can't even protect ourselves. There are so many demons. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Let's fight back. Oh, Dandan was making a big fuss. Lu Ming and the others controlled the battle formation to kill the demons around them, but they did not go over to help. Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xianxia, look at the situation now. Why don't you apologize to Captain Muyun and admit your mistake? Another captain yelled. That's right, Xianxia. You are as blind as a bat. Hurry up and admit your mistake. I don't want to die with you. That's right. Captain Muyun is peerless. How can you insult him? Hurry up and apologize. This time, it was Xianxia's subordinates who shouted. They did not want to die with Xianxia. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, but in such a situation, he had to admit his mistake. Muyun, it's my fault. I was as blind as a bat. Please forgive me. Just treat my words as a fart. Please help me. Xianxia shouted. He was extremely unwilling, but in such a situation, he could only lower his head. That's more like it. I wanted you to kneel down and admit your mistake, but seeing that the situation is special, I'll skip it. Dandan shouted, feeling very comfortable. Afterward, Lu Ming and the rest battle formation flew over and did the same thing, destroying all the huge demonic shadows. Kill the demons. Lu Ming shouted and controlled the battle formation. The golden sword light continued to slash out violently. Every time the sword light slashed, a large number of demons would be killed. Once the god-slaughtering 10,000 demons array was destroyed, the demons were no match for Lu Ming and the others, even though there were many of them. Chapter 4043. Xianxia and the other team gasped for breath and flew to the side. They could only watch Lu Ming and the others kill the evil beasts. They also wanted to kill evil beasts, but unfortunately, they had been fighting against the evil beasts for a long time and were on the verge of collapsing. They were all very weak and couldn't maintain the battle formation anymore. Without the battle formation, they couldn't compete with the evil beasts at all. Not only could they not kill the evil beasts, but they would also die at their hands. They could only seize the time to recover. Lu Ming and the others also seized the time to kill the evil beasts. Without the 10,000 evil god-slaughtering great formation, the evil beast strength was scattered. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the others. Golden sword lights flashed, and a large number of evil beasts fell like wheat. Kill them. Die. Some demons roared furiously, revealing a crazed expression. They dashed toward Lu Ming and the rest without regard for their lives, wanting to fight them to the death. But swoosh! A golden sword light flashed, and a dozen evil beasts of the 9th godly emperor layer were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground. Chaos! It was complete chaos. The scene was in chaos. The evil beasts had lost their will to fight and were running away in all directions. Some evil beasts went crazy and wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others. Of course, Lu Ming killed them easily. After a short time, the ground was covered with evil beast corpses. Not far away, the other two teams of the Heavenly Palace looked greedy. Those evil beasts were all above the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Each drop of evil beast blood could be exchanged for a lot of merit points. Especially Xianxia. The light of greed in his eyes was even more intense. Everybody, there's so much evil beast blood. How can we let Mu Yun's team have all of it? Let's go and collect some, whispered Xianxia to the others. That's not good. After all, they saved us, said someone hesitantly. You're looking at the problem too superficially. They saved us. But if we hadn't stopped the evil beasts, how could they have had the opportunity to break the evil beasts' great formation? How could they have had the opportunity to kill the king of the 8 snake evil beasts? It's all because of us. We should get some evil beast blood, right? Xianxia sneered. Yes, Captain Xianxia is right. We should share a portion of the evil demon spirit blood, someone said. However, some people shook their heads, still feeling that it was inappropriate. If you don't want the evil demon spirit blood, then we don't need to share the evil demon spirit blood with you. Xianxia snorted and rushed out to collect the evil demon spirit blood. More than a dozen of his subordinates also rushed out to collect the demon blood with Xianxia, while the others did not move. Although these people were tempted by the demon spirit blood, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. After all, Lu Ming and the others had just saved them. If they wanted to divide the spoils of war with Lu Ming's group in the blink of an eye, it would be too shameless. Captain, should we go up? Someone from the other team asked the captain. No one is allowed to go up. If anyone goes up, don't blame me for being rude. Xianxia may be shameless, but I am, said the captain coldly. His cold gaze swept over his team members. A few of them were originally very tempted and wanted to charge forward. However, when they were swept by his cold gaze, they immediately hesitated and didn't dare to charge forward. Lu Ming and the others naturally saw the actions of Xianxia and the others. Nests, shameless, really shameless. How dare they snatch the evil demon spirit blood from us? Damn it, we saved him. How dare they do this? Simply shameless. Ungrateful bastards. Many people in Lu Ming's team cursed loudly. Their voices spread far and wide. Xianxia and the others naturally heard them. Xianxia's face was very cold, but he didn't stop his actions. He was still collecting the evil demon spirit blood quickly. He snorted in his heart. Mu Yun, sooner or later, I will make you pay back the shame you have inflicted on me 10 times over. I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Yes, not only was he not grateful to Lu Ming for saving him, but he also blamed Lu Ming for making him lose face. He regarded this as a great humiliation and must take revenge. They are really shameless. Let's go and slaughter them. In the crowd, Dandan gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming, Don't worry, let them collect for a while. Since there is free labor, why not use it? Let's hunt the evil demons first. Don't let them run away. Lu Ming said. His face was always calm, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. Ha ha ha, I understand. Okay, let's wait. Dandan laughed. He had been with Lu Ming for so long, so he knew Lu Ming too well. He could read Lu Ming's thoughts from Lu Ming's expression. With Lu Ming's character, would he give up the benefits in his hands and let Xianxia take it for free? How naive. Continue to hunt the evil demons. Lu Ming roared, constantly urging the battle formation to hunt the evil demons. The sword chi swept across hundreds of thousands of miles. Large numbers of evil demons were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others did not come to stop them, Xianxia sneered. A coward. Sure enough, you dare not violate the rules of the Heavenly Palace and attack us. Xianxia sneered in his heart. He became bolder and kept collecting the evil demon's spiritual blood. The other dozen people did the same. They thought that Lu Ming and the others did not dare to say anything, so they sped up. Drops of evil demons' spiritual blood flew out of the evil demons' corpses and were collected by them. Among Xianxio's team, a few people could not resist the temptation and joined the crowd to collect the evil demon's spiritual blood. After a while, almost all the evil demons were killed. Of course, most of them escaped. After all, there were so many evil demons that they could not kill all of them. Naturally, a group of people would escape. At this time, Xianxia and the others had collected at least half of the evil demon's spiritual blood. It's about time. Xianxia nodded secretly. If possible, he wanted to collect all the evil demon's spiritual blood. However, if he went too far, he was really afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy. So, he wanted to quit while he was ahead and retreat. He moved, wanting to return to the team and then leave. "Did I let you go?" A cold voice sounded. Then, a powerful aura shrouded Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming stared coldly at Xianxia. The golden battle sword, condensed by the battle formation, was aimed at Xianxia and the others from a distance, as if it would launch a fatal blow at any time. Xianxia and the others stiffened and did not dare to move. Although he had the second-class celestial soldier armor, the energy in the armor had been depleted in the previous battle. It would take a while for the armor to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to recover. Without the second-class celestial soldier armor, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attack launched by Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4044. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming angrily and said, Muyan, what do you want?" "What do I want? Don't tell me you can't figure it out? This abyss devil spirit blood is mine. Now hand it all over," said Lu Ming coldly. Xianxia and the others still wanted his evil demon's spirit blood. That was ridiculous. He had thought that Xianxia and the others were free labor, so that he could find time to kill more evil demon's spirit blood. "Muyan, you want to monopolize the evil demon's spirit blood. You're too greedy. If we hadn't risked our lives, you wouldn't have been able to defeat the evil demon's formation. Everyone has a share of the evil demon's spirit blood. The rest is yours," said Xianxia. "I'll give you 10 seconds to hand over the evil demon's spirit blood." Lu Ming ignored Xianxia and looked at all the people who had collected the evil demon's spirit blood. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt pressured. "Don't worry about him. We collected it ourselves. Why should we get it to him? The Heavenly Palace has a rule that we can't kill each other. He won't dare do anything to us," said Xianxia, looking at Lu Ming coldly. The Heavenly Palace had a rule that heavenly soldiers couldn't kill each other. If he didn't hand over the evil demon's spirit blood, what could Lu Ming do to him? "That's right, we won't hand it over. That's right. Let's see what he can do," shouted the others who had collected the evil demon's spirit blood. Then they gathered around Xianxia. The evil demon's spirit blood had been left by evil demons of the 7th godly emperor layer and above. There were even many evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. How many merit points could they be worth? Merit points represented treasures and wealth. Asking them to hand over the evil demon's spirit blood was like cutting off their flesh and blood. "Shameless. Shameless. Shit, I want to kill them," shouted Lu Ming's team members. They gnashed their teeth and stared at Xianxia and the others. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Ming whispered. The cold glint in his eyes intensified. "Formation rise." Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted softly. "What?" Lu Ming's team members were stunned. Was Lu Ming going to activate the battle formation to deal with Xianxia and the others? However, this was a violation of the heavenly rules. "I told you to activate the battle formation. Don't you understand? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it." Lu Ming's voice turned cold. "Activate the battle formation. Rise." At this moment, everyone activated the battle formation. The golden sword light shone brightly, and the sword light traversed between heaven and earth. "Muyan, what are you trying to do? You dare? You dare?" Xianxia roared. Whoosh! A strand of golden sword chi swept out, tearing the void apart at an astonishing speed. Puff puff! Beside Xianxia, a few heavenly soldiers did not react at all. Their bodies were cut into several pieces, and even their souls did not escape. They died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The people from the other team were stunned. Xianxia was also stunned. They did not expect that Lu Ming would actually dare to attack and kill a celestial soldier. One had to know that this was against the heavenly rules. Only death awaited those who violated the heavenly rules. Lu Ming actually dared to do this? He actually dared to do this? Where did he get the courage from? Xianxia's face changed. The faces of the other heavenly soldiers beside him also changed. They all turned pale. You dare? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming, and his face was covered in cold sweat. His body trembled slightly, and there was no longer the domineering and confident look in his eyes. It was only fear. What responded to him was a strand of golden sword chi. Whoosh! Next to Xianxia, a few more heavenly soldiers were killed on the spot. Do you think I dare or not? Lu Ming said coldly. Thump! Thump! Next to Xianxia, a few heavenly soldiers directly knelt on the ground and cried in a shrill voice, Captain Muyun, please have mercy. We're willing to hand over all the demon spirit blood. We're willing to hand over all the demon spirit blood. Please spare our lives. They were scared. They were really scared. Previously, they had relied on the heavenly rules to act unscrupulously, and they were sure that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to them. They never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold and lawless. He was a demon. No, he was even more terrifying than a demon. He actually disregarded the heavenly rules and attacked them directly. This kind of person was too scary. Xianxia's body trembled even more, and he almost knelt down. Fear and regret. Now, he regretted it. If he had known that Lu Ming was so lawless, he would never have snatched the spoils from Lu Ming. Muyun, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just helping you collect the demon spirit blood so that you would have time to hunt demons. Since you're almost done hunting, I'll give you the demon spirit blood now. Xianxia hurriedly said. Oh, that's not what you said just now. Lu Ming said lightly. I was wrong just now. I was blinded by lard. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against me. Please don't take it to heart. Xianxia shouted. In order to survive, he was going all out. He did not care about his reputation anymore. A man knew when to yield and when not to yield. As long as he was alive, he must report Lu Ming killing the heavenly soldiers and let Lu Ming die without a burial place. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Do you really think I'm that easy to talk to? Lu Ming said coldly. Since he had already attacked, he had no intention of letting Xianxia go. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly moved. He erupted with all his strength and grabbed a few heavenly soldiers beside him. He grabbed them and threw them to Lu Ming. Then he retreated physically and mentally, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming had been watching Xianxia for a long time. How could he escape? Swoosh! Swoosh! In the void, streaks of golden sword light condensed and attacked Xianxia and the others. The golden sword light dispersed. Although its power was much weaker, it was more than enough to deal with Xianxia and the others. Puffed, puffed. The heavenly soldiers were pierced by the sword chi and killed on the spot. Ah! Muyun, you'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Xianxia shouted crazily. At the same time, he used all his strength to resist. Xianxia had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he could not use his second-class heavenly soldier armor. He could not resist the golden sword light at all. Poof! The golden sword light pierced through Xianxia's forehead. With a plop, Xianxia's corpse fell to the ground. There was no trace of chi left. At this point, all the heavenly soldiers who had tried to steal the demon spirit blood had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's team members looked very grave. After all, killing so many heavenly soldiers was against the rules of the heavens. They were very nervous. However, there were people who were more nervous than them. They were the other team members, including Xianxia and the others who had not tried to steal the demon spirit blood. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them to silence them. The people of the other team had secretly activated their battle formation. After all, only a battle formation could compete with Lu Ming's battle formation. Chapter 40-45. However, although the other team operated the battle formation, they were not confident. Even if it was the same battle formation, it depended on the strength of the operator. The stronger the operator, the stronger the power. Moreover, they had gone through a fierce battle before and had not recovered at all. Even if they operated the battle formation, they were probably no match for Lu Ming and the others. The remaining members of Xianxia's team looked even worse. Cold sweat oozed from their faces, and they quietly retreated. "You'd better stay." Lu Ming looked at these people coldly. They immediately stopped and did not dare to move. "Captain Mu, do you really want to kill us?" Another captain asked. "No, I don't want to kill you, and I don't kill innocent people. However, if we let you leave and spread what happened today, we will definitely be punished by the heavenly law," Lu Ming said. The eyes of Lu Ming's team members were filled with murderous intent. Although Lu Ming said that he would take responsibility for everything, they had used a battle formation to kill Xianxia and the others. Once the Heavenly Palace investigated, they would not be able to absolve themselves from the blame and could not stay out of it. "We can swear on our life origin that we will never reveal what happened today," another captain said. "Yes, we swear on our life origin." The others also shouted. "Okay, how about this? You swear on your life origin that if you reveal what happened today, you will immediately be attacked by the inner demons and your souls will be annihilated," Lu Ming said. Everyone's face changed slightly. This oath was extremely heavy. If it was leaked, they would probably be killed immediately. However, in this situation, they could only swear. Immediately, the people of the other team and the people left by Xianxia all swore on their life origin. "Now, can we go?" After taking the oath, the team leader looked at Lu Ming cautiously. "Of course, please go ahead." Lu Ming smiled. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, those people moved one after another and left the place. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming's team was left. "Everyone, I think we also need to swear on our life origin. It's not that we don't trust you. After all, this matter concerns our lives." Lu Ming's gaze swept across all the team members. "Yes, Captain, I think so too. Yes, to be safe, let's swear." Lu Ming's team members all agreed. Now, they were in the same boat. If anyone leaked it out, they would die. Naturally, they all agreed to swear together. Immediately, Lu Ming was the first to swear, and then the others followed. After everyone had sworn their oaths, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Everyone is my brothers who have gone through life and death with me. We will share our blessings in the future. Now, let's start collecting the evil demon's spirit blood. When we return, we will distribute it according to your contributions." Absolutely. It's so cool to follow Captain Yin. Speaking of the evil spirit blood, everyone's mood was lifted again. They then started to collect the evil spirit blood one by one. The evil spirit blood on Xianxia and the others was naturally collected by Lu Ming and the others. They became free labor and lost their lives. After putting away all of the Abyss Devil's spirit blood, they burned the corpses of Xianxia and the others to ashes. After all, Xianxia and the others were killed by their battle formation. If the big shots of the Heavenly Palace came to check, they would most likely find out. Therefore, destroying the bodies was the right way to go. Anyway, after the people of the Heavenly Palace were killed by the evil spirit blood, they would become the evil spirit blood's food. Only a few of them would have an intact corpse. After everything was done, Lu Ming and the others left. However, they had no plans to return to Nantian City for the time being. Previously, at least half of the evil spirits had escaped and were scattered all over the 8 Snake Mountains. Now, these evil spirits were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It would be a pity if they didn't deal with them. With Dandan around, it was not difficult to find these evil spirits. For the next period of time, they hunted evil spirits in the 8 Snake Mountains. With Dandan around, these evil spirits could be found and killed even if they hid underground. A month later, Lu Ming and the others returned to Nantian City with a full harvest. Sure enough, after they returned to Nantian City, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace did not find trouble with them. Obviously, The news of them killing Xianxia and the others was not leaked. In fact, it was normal for some heavenly soldiers to die in the battle with the evil spirits. However, they had lost too many heavenly soldiers in the Eight Snake Mountains this time. Therefore, there were still people who asked Lu Ming and the others about the process of the Eight Snake Mountains. They all told the truth. Of course, they would not say that they killed Xianxia and the others. They only said that Xianxia and the others were killed in the battle with the evil spirits. Anyway, in the Eight Snake Demons Mountains, the number of heavenly soldiers killed by the evil spirits was not small. I didn't expect that a demon emperor would be born in the Eight Snake Demons Mountains. It's our negligence. Mu Yin, you did well. The heavenly generals blamed themselves a little and then praised Lu Ming. This matter was over just like that. After that, Lu Ming's team distributed the evil spirit blood according to the rules of the Heavenly Palace. Everyone had a good harvest and were all smiles. In Nantian City, they could not exchange the evil spirit blood for merit points. Only when they returned to Dream Sky City and went to the Well of Merit could they exchange it for merit points. However, as long as they had the evil spirit blood, wouldn't it be a matter of time before they could exchange it for merit points? On the other side of the city wall, in a large hall, some people were discussing. These people were all experts of the angel tribe. That Mu Yun is finally going to go out to hunt evil spirits. His time of death has come. A male angel said coldly. He was Lafitte. Previously, he went to the second grade area, Eight Snake Mountains. I received news that next time, he should go to the third grade area, Constellation Demon Island. Another angel said, well, then, Constellation Demon Island will be his time of death. Lafitte said coldly. During his period, they did not give up on dealing with Lu Ming. It was just that when they were in Dream Sky City, due to the heavenly rules, they could not make a move. But here, they were going out to hunt evil spirits. This was their opportunity. How do we do it? Do we do it directly? If the news leaks out, it will be bad for us. After all, it's against the heavenly rules. Another young angel said, in the dark universe, there are many people who violate the heavenly rules and kill people. As long as there is no evidence, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. Lafitte said, indeed, these heavenly soldiers came from different races. It was normal for them to have grudges with each other. Although there were heavenly rules, killing each other secretly was unavoidable. Chapter 4046. Therefore, as long as it didn't happen in Dream Sky City or Nantian City and didn't leave any obvious evidence, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace would turn a blind eye. As long as they did it cleanly, nothing would happen. That being said, there's a better way. Why not use it? One of the female angels said, you mean the spirits of Nether? Raphael said, that's right. The female angel nodded. That's good. It'll save us a lot of trouble if the spirits of Nether do it. Raphael nodded. The spirits of Nether was a powerful race on the Eldritch Universe's 10,000 races list. This race was notorious in the Eldritch Universe because they loved to assassinate, and their success rate was extremely high. Every member of this race was a top-notch assassin. Many races in the universe wanted to destroy the spirits of Nether, but the spirits of Nether had the backing of the demons, one of the top 10 races. And there were rumors that many spirits of Nether were secretly working for the Heavenly Palace. So even though many races wanted to destroy the spirits of Nether, they didn't have the guts to do so. Finding the spirits of Nether to kill Lu Ming was a good idea. The angels discussed for a while, and then Raphael set off with a few people. In a very remote building in Nantian City, Raphael met an elder of the spirits of Nether. The old man's eyes were filled with a cold aura and killing intent. Angels, it's rare to see you here. What's the matter? The elder of the spirits of Nether said. His voice was cold and creepy. I'm here to kill someone. Raphael said, oh, who? The elder of the spirits of Nether asked. On the 33rd wall, a second-class heavenly soldier named Mu Yun. Raphael said, a second-class heavenly soldier must be the captain. He has his own team and can form a battle formation. He's not easy to deal with. The Elder of the Spirits of Netherfrown, a battle formation formed by a team, was extremely powerful. If one wanted to kill such a person, they would have to send out an Emperor God. However, in Nantion City, God Emperors had God Emperors missions. Furthermore, God Emperors usually went to high-level areas. The chances of them being in the same area as a second-class heavenly soldier were too low. You don't have to worry about the other party's battle formation. We already have a way to deal with it. We just need to bribe one of their members. When the time comes, as long as one person doesn't cooperate, it will be very difficult for their battle formation to succeed. Raphat said. The spirit of 9 Elder fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you have any detailed information about Mu Yin? Let me see it." "Of course." Lafitte nodded. A jade talisman appeared in his hand, and he passed it to the spirit of Clan's old man. The angels were already prepared. They had collected Lu Ming's information in a very comprehensive manner. The spirit of 9 old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His expression immediately changed. This is a peerless monster who controls 2 great killing weapons. His strength is astonishing, and he also has a second-class celestial soldier armor. This kind of person is extremely difficult to kill. The spirit of 9 old man said. Lafitte snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that the spirit of 9 old man was making all sorts of excuses because he wanted a higher price. His great killing weapons and second-class celestial soldier armor are easy to deal with. We will provide the forbidden weapon domain seal. It can make his great killing weapons and second-class celestial soldier armor ineffective. At that time, he'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lafitte said, "You are actually willing to take out the forbidden weapon domain seal. I really don't know how Mu Yin offended you." Hee. The spirit of 9 old man laughed a few times, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "All right, are you going to take it or not? If not, we'll have to find someone else." Lafitte said, "Of course, we will take it." A voice sounded. The one who spoke was not the spirit of 9 old man, but another person. Unknowingly, a young man had appeared in the room. It was a young spirit of 9. The pupils of Lafitte and the others shrank rapidly. They did not notice when this young spirit of 9 came in. "And Xing, you are in Xing. You have also come to Nantion City?" Then, Lafitte seemed to recognize the young spirit of 9 and cried out in surprise. This young man was called Xing, and he was a very famous genius. This was because this person was also a candidate for the Universe Genius list. Although he was still young, his strength was extremely powerful and strange. "Let me see." And Xing stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade talisman in the spirit of 9 old man's hand. He scanned it with his spiritual sense, and an interested expression appeared on his face. "A peerless monster. Good, very good. I love to kill monsters the most in my life. I will accept this mission. Leave the forbidden weapon domain seal behind." And Xing said, "All right." Lafitte nodded and revealed a happy expression. With the help of the Dark Star, Lu Ming had no other choice but to die. However, don't be careless. Other than Mu Yin, he has a few companions beside him. They're also very strong. One is the genius of the world divine turtle race, and the other is the elf princess Ling Yue. Lafitte also introduced Dandan and Ling Yue in detail. "Don't worry about this. We have our own ways. They're going to the Star Devil Island next, right? The 55th city wall I am on is not going to the Star Devil Island. I will need your angel race to do something about this." And Xing said, "Don't worry about this. We will arrange it. We have provided so much. I hope you can succeed in one go." Lafitte said. In order to kill Lu Ming, they had spent a lot of money. They had even taken out the forbidden weapon domain seal. However, Lu Ming had a great killing weapon and a second-class heavenly soldier battle armor on him. There was nothing they could do about it. Both sides hit it off immediately. After discussing the details, Lafitte left. "A peerless monster? Become my stepping stone, become my spirit killer." And Xing sneered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming and the others returned to Nantian City. After resting for about 7 days, they received a new order. This time, their target was the third grade area, the Star Devil Island. The Star Devil Island was a third grade area. Naturally, it was much more dangerous than the second grade area. Therefore, all the members of the 33rd City Wall were mobilized. In addition, the experts of the other sections of the City Wall were also mobilized. Furthermore, the first-class Heavenly Soldier Commandant of each section of the City Wall would personally head over to hold the line. Most of those who could become first-class Heavenly Soldiers were experts in the Divine Lord Realm. Of course, there were also some who didn't have the cultivation of the Divine Lord Realm, but had accumulated merit points. However, there were only a few of them, and all of them were top-notch monsters. The first-class Heavenly Soldier, Lu Daneng of the 33rd City Wall, was a Divine Lord Realm expert. In the third grade area, there were Devil Lord Realm demons. Therefore, the purpose of these Divine Lords was to deal with these Devil Lords. As for the demons below the Devil Lord Realm, they would be left to Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4047. The Astral Demon Island was a third-level area. It was extremely dangerous. There were countless demons of the 7th Godly Emperor layer and above. There were many more demons than the 8 Snakes mountain range. Besides, the terrain of the Astral Demon Island was completely different from the 8 Snakes mountain range. This was a vast and boundless lake. In the middle of the lake, there were many islands. They were like stars in the universe, which was why it was called the Astral Devil Island. On that day, a large number of celestial soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the Astral Demon Island. From afar, they couldn't see the end of the island. It was too vast. Lu Ming and the others were among the group of celestial soldiers. The people of the 33rd City Wall were all there. Not only the 33rd City Wall, there were also many people from the other city walls. When you enter the Astral Demon Island, you have to be careful. You have to form a battle formation. Besides, the demons of the third-level area are different from those of the second-level area. Some demons can't be judged by their cultivation level. Some demons are extremely strong. For example, some demons have the cultivation level of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, but they are much stronger than ordinary demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Daneng warned them seriously. Everyone nodded and remembered Lu Daneng's words. "Let's go." A tall and sturdy man spoke. This person was the captain of another section of the city wall. He was a first-rate heavenly soldier and also a divine emperor expert. "Let's go." The other captains nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their silhouettes flickered and they disappeared. They were heading towards the depths of the Astral Demon Island. Godly emperors had tasks for them. They had to eliminate the godly emperors of the Astral Demon Island. "Let's go. Kill our way in and obtain the blood of the demons." The moment the various first-rate celestial soldiers left, the captains of the various sections of the city wall gave their orders one after another. They led their respective teams and charged towards the constellation Devil Island, disappearing into the vast constellation Devil Island. Lu Ming led his troops and rushed towards the Astral Demon Island. After entering the Starry Devil Island, all of them split up. Each of the captains led a group and flew off in different directions. The Astral Demon Island was extremely vast. They weren't afraid of stealing other people's demons. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. Not long after, an island appeared in front of them. If there was an island, there would usually be demons. They rushed towards the island. Bang, bang, bang. They had yet to reach the island when the lake water below exploded continuously. A large group of demons dashed out of the lake and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill. Kill these heavenly palace people. Demonic chi soared to the sky, and demonic sabers, demonic swords, demonic claws, demonic lights, and the like covered the sky as they rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Battle formation, Lu Ming shouted. Fortunately, when they were flying earlier, the team was not in disarray. They were arranged according to the battle formation. At this moment, they could activate the battle formation in an instant. Following Lu Ming's shout, the battle formation was activated. Golden rays of light flashed out and transformed into a golden light shield, enveloping Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Boom! With a series of explosions, the attacks of these demons were all blocked by the light barrier. So many strong demons, at least 30 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming's heart was pounding. As soon as the demons attacked, he could roughly sense their cultivation level. There were at least 30 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, hundreds of demons of the 8th and 7th Godly Emperor layer, and more than 3,000 demons of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. No wonder they were in the 3rd level area. This was only an island in the periphery of the Constellation Demon Island, and surprisingly, there were so many strong cultivators. One could imagine how many strong demons were gathered on the Constellation Demon Island. It was difficult to count the number of demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. However, these demons were no match for them at all. Needless to say, they had a combat formation. Even if they did not, Lu Ming could kill all these demons alone. Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. Golden lights turned into a golden battle sword and swept across the sky. Blood splashed on the surface of the lake. In a flash, over 100 demons had been killed. Die! Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. Golden sword lights flashed, and the demons couldn't compete with him. Their corpses fell like raindrops on the surface of the lake. They're too strong. Hurry up and retreat. Let's go. The remaining demons panicked. They retreated frantically, wanting to escape. However, Lu Ming and the rest were in hot pursuit. After a round of fierce killing, at least 70% of the demons were killed. The remaining demons fled in all directions. Collect the demons' spirit blood. Don't panic, ordered Lu Ming. In this place, they had to maintain a battle formation at all times, otherwise it would be dangerous. They started collecting the demons' spirit blood while maintaining a battle formation. At that moment, Lu Ming saw a large number of demons fly out of the island, but they weren't flying towards them. They were flying towards the depths of the Constellation Demon Island. Obviously, those demons had been waiting to ambush them. When they realized that they couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the others, they started retreating. Lu Ming and the others didn't chase them. They continued collecting the demons' spirit blood. After a short time, they collected all the demons' spirit blood and flew towards the island. When they arrived, they didn't see any demons. All the demons had retreated, leaving behind an empty island. We've been discovered by the demons. Next, we have to be careful, Lu Ming warned. Then, they continued forward. Not long after, they saw another demon island. When they carefully approached it, they realized that this demon island was still empty and the demons had retreated. It seems that the demons have retreated to the depths. Ling Yue said, perhaps they retreated to a bigger island to meet up with the other demons to deal with us. Lu Ming added, this was normal. If he were in their shoes, he would do the same. Next, they continued forward. They passed by several islands in a row, but they didn't find any traces of the demons. Finally, after passing by 6 islands in a row, they found the 7th island. This island was very large. Its area was probably even larger than the previous 6 islands combined. And this island had demons. The Heavenly Palace's bastards are here. Set up the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. On the island in front, roars could be heard. Then, demonic energy soared into the sky, and demonic shadows appeared in the demonic energy. So many demons. Someone in Lu Ming's team exclaimed. It seems that the demons on the previous 6 islands have all retreated to this island. Another person said. As for Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue, they looked at each other. It was the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array again. The 3 of them muttered in their hearts. Let's take a closer look, Lu Ming ordered. Chapter 40-48. Lu Ming and the rest approached the island and discovered that there were many devil figures on the island. Their devil chi towered up into the sky, and experts were as common as the clouds. It was unknown how many powerful devils there were. These devils laid down the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation, forming several gigantic devil figures that stood in the four corners of the island. The people from the desolate universe are here. Kill them. Kill. When Lu Ming and the rest approached, the devils on the island discovered Lu Ming. All of them roared and controlled the myriad devil gods slaughtering grand formation to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Swish, a gigantic devil figure wielding a devil's saber slashed down at Lu Ming, exuding towering devil might. Retreat. Lu Ming immediately gave the order, and they quickly retreated to the back to avoid this attack. The space trembled as another powerful devil figure rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest retreated again, increasing the distance between them. The devils no longer pursued them and retreated back to the island. Dandan, I'll leave this to you. Lu Ming spoke to Dandan. No problem. Dandan laughed. His figure flickered in the air as he started to set up the formation. He had already broken the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation a few times and could be considered familiar with it. The speed at which he set it up was extremely fast. Not long after, Dandan's figure returned. Done. Dandan laughed confidently. Brothers and sisters, let's kill the devils. Lu Ming spoke. Ha ha, kill the devils. Kill. Lu Ming's group members all cheered loudly. They also knew that Dandan's Tao of formations was extremely strong. Previously, he had broken the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation. Hence, they were extremely confident this time around. They formed a battle formation and rushed towards the island again. On the island, the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation was activated. Several gigantic devil figures rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. Rise. At that moment, Dandan attacked. Runes filled the sky, forming a huge battle. Countless runes filled the void, causing the fiend devil's myriad devil god-slaughtering grand formation to tremble, revealing a flaw. According to Dandan's instructions, Lu Ming and the others launched an attack. The golden sword light slashed at a huge demonic shadow. With a deafening boom, the demonic shadow was disintegrated. Many abyss devils had perished inside. Lu Ming and the others didn't stop there. They continued to operate the formation and charged towards the second gigantic demonic shadow. The second gigantic demonic shadow also couldn't escape the fate of being defeated. Bang! Bang! Following a series of explosions, the remaining gigantic demonic shadows were blown apart one after another. The 10,000 demons god slaughtering array was broken. Without the 10,000 demons god slaughtering grand formation, these abyss devils weren't a match for Lu Ming and the others. They were killed by Lu Ming and the others as if they were vegetables. Their corpses fell into the lake like raindrops. Just as Lu Ming and the others were hunting the abyss devils, there were a few cold eyes staring at Lu Ming and the others in the dark. One of them was the peerless monster of the spirits of Yin and Xing. The others were also experts of the spirits of Yin. They can actually break the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation of the abyss devils. One of the spirits of Yin let out a shocked voice. However, it was a voice transmission and didn't spread out. It's that world's divine turtle. That should be a rare monster among the divine turtles of the world. His attainments in runic formations are actually so strong. Interesting. Remember, we have to keep this world's divine turtle for us to use. Also, that elf princess Ling Yue is quite strong. Don't kill her. I want to keep her by my side and make her my plaything. And Xing opened his mouth, his eyes burning with passion. He didn't want to kill Dandan and Ling Yue. Needless to say, Ling Yue's strength and appearance moved his heart, and Dandan's attainments in runic formations also moved his heart. If they could bring Dandan with them, then the speed of hunting abyss devils in this dark universe would be at least 10 times faster. With Dandan, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the 10,000 demons God slaughtering grand formation of the Abyss Devils or other great formations. Hunting Abyss Devils represented merit points. Merit points represented treasures and strength. I didn't expect that I would make such a discovery on this trip to kill Mu Yun. Not bad, not bad. And Xing was very satisfied. However, he didn't plan to make a move now. If they made a move now, even if they could kill Lu Ming and the others, they themselves would become the target of the Abyss Devils. They had to wait until there were no Abyss Devils before making a move. The more Abyss Devils you kill, the better. In any case, these spoils of war will be mine sooner or later. Darkstar sneered. The hunt continued. Very quickly, more than half of the Abyss Devils on the island were killed by Lu Ming and the others. The rest scattered and fled in all directions. Then, Lu Ming and the others began to collect the Abyss Devil's spirit blood. While collecting the Abyss Devil's spirit blood, they maintained their formation and were on guard against any sneak attacks from the Abyss Devils. However, all the Abyss Devils here had escaped. Even when they were about to finish collecting the Abyss Devil's spirit blood, no Abyss Devils had attacked them. At this moment, who is it? Lu Ming suddenly shouted coldly as he stared in a certain direction. His eyes were bright and filled with killing intent. The other members of Lu Ming's team looked in that direction curiously because there was nothing there. What did Lu Ming discover? If you don't come out, don't blame me for making a move. Lu Ming shouted coldly again. It wasn't that Lu Ming had discovered something, but that the Bone Devil had discovered something. Just now, the Bone Devil had told Lu Ming that there should be a creature hiding in that direction, spying on them. Lu Ming didn't discover it himself, but he naturally didn't doubt the Bone Devil, so he immediately reprimanded the Bone Devil. There was a ripple in that place, and then 3 figures suddenly appeared. I didn't expect your spiritual sense to be so sharp that you could discover our existence. You're really amazing, a young man said coldly. These 3 people were naturally the 3 spirits of Een experts, including Darkstar. The one who spoke was Darkstar. At this moment, there was some surprise in Darkstar's eyes. There is almost no race in the entire primitive universe that could compare with their concealment skills. Logically speaking, Lu Ming and the others shouldn't have discovered them. However, the fact was that Lu Ming had discovered them. What a wonderful concealment skill. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He was also very shocked, because he didn't discover it all. If it wasn't for the Bone Devil, he wouldn't have known that there were experts hiding behind him. This was a very dangerous sign. You are from the spirits of Een race. At this moment, Ling Yue opened her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Spirits of Een race. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The spirits of Een race was a notorious race in the universe. He had naturally heard of it before. They aren't moving as a team, but as a few people. There's only one explanation for this situation, and that is they want to assassinate someone. Their target is most likely us. Dandan also spoke. Chapter 4049. You guys guessed right. Our target is you guys. Darkstar smiled and directly admitted it, appearing very confident. We are all heavenly soldiers. If you Een spirits want to assassinate us, this is against the rules of the heavens. Ling Yue shouted. As long as you all die, who knows how you died? Dying at the hands of demons is too normal. Darkstar sneered. Then, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was very strange. It was as if it had no color, as if it was transparent. It was a transparent sword, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a great killing weapon. It was a top-notch weapon of mass destruction. Kill! Darkstar shouted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. Even the surging lake had calmed down. In the world, there was only a terrifying invisible sword shadow that charged towards Lu Ming. Battle formation. Lu Ming shouted, wanting to activate the battle formation to deal with Darkstar. However, just as he was activating the battle formation, Lu Ming discovered that the battle formation was not operating smoothly. Just as the golden sword light was about to condense, it collapsed with a loud bang. "This is bad." The expressions of Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others changed drastically. At this time, there was actually a problem with the battle formation. At this time, Lu Ming wanted to take out the Zephyr Pearl and the Ice Xian Rod to block, but it was already too late. It was already too late. At the critical moment, Lu Ming could only activate the Heavenly Soldier battle armor on his body. Bang! The Heavenly Soldier battle armor lit up and a layer of light floated out. Just as the light barrier appeared, the sword light had already slashed onto the light barrier. With a bang, the light barrier shook and successfully blocked the sword light. A second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor could block the full-strength attack of a first-level Divine Emperor. Although the power of Dark Star's sword was extremely strong, it had not reached the attack power of a Divine Emperor. After blocking this sword, the Zephyr Pearl and the Ice Xian Rod appeared in Lu Ming's hands at the same time. As for Ling Yue, a bloodied Elven King, Bao also appeared in her hands. "You traitor!" Dandan roared angrily. Lu Ming's gaze also swept over. A figure broke away from Lu Ming's group and rushed towards Dark Star's group. Traitor. Needless to say, everyone understood that there was a traitor among them. That was why the battle formation didn't operate smoothly and didn't operate successfully. The battle formation of the Heavenly Palace was complementary to each other. It required 50 people to work together to activate it successfully. If one person did not cooperate, or if one person was missing, it would be difficult for the battle formation to operate successfully. This was also the weakness of this battle formation. Once it was activated, its power would be extremely great. However, if one of them died, the battle formation would not be able to be activated. They were all interconnected, and not a single one could be missing. This was also why Lu Danning had repeatedly warned them not to split up and to maintain their formation. It was a young man who had seemed very honest and had always followed Lu Ming's lead. Who would have thought that he would betray Lu Ming at the critical moment? Soon, the young man came to Dark Star's side and heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he knew how terrifying Lu Ming's group was. However, when he came to Dark Star's side, he finally felt at ease. "Well done." Dark Star smiled at the young man. "Thank you for your praise, young Master Dark Star. This is what I should do." The young man nodded and bowed with a flattering look. Dark Star nodded. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out and pierced toward the young man. The young man did not expect Dark Star to suddenly attack him. He couldn't dodge at all. With a puff, his glabella was pierced by the sword, and his soul was instantly annihilated. Ew. The young man instinctively widened his eyes and stared at Dark Star in disbelief. Clearly, he did not expect Dark Star to suddenly attack and kill him. I've always believed that only a dead person is the safest. As long as you're dead, his battle formation will definitely be broken. Also, if you're dead, the news won't be leaked. Rest in peace, Dark Star said coldly. With a splash, the young man's corpse fell into the lake. From the beginning, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for a traitor who had been killed. "I really want to know, who sent you to kill me?" Lu Ming asked. "You don't need to know that," Dark Star said. "Even if you don't say it, I can guess. It must be the Angel Clan, right?" Lu Ming said, his eyes fixed on the Dark Star. Dark Star's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. His team member had obviously been bribed by the Angel Clan. "Even if you have guessed correctly, so what? Today you are doomed," Dark Star said coldly. His murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. The other two spirits of Ying Clan's experts were also releasing murderous intent. "Do you think that you can kill me?" Lu Ming said coldly. He could already see that Dark Star's cultivation level was at the 4th Divine Emperor layer. The other two spirits of Ying Clan's experts were at the 6th Divine Emperor layer. With such cultivation level, even if they were peerless geniuses, Lu Ming would not be afraid. "The three of you want to kill us? You're really courting death," Dandan shouted furiously. His eyes were filled with hostility. "Is that so?" Dark Star sneered, and a talisman appeared in his hand. Bang! And Xing crushed the seal in his hand. Then, an invisible ripple spread out. In an instant, an area of 100,000 miles was enveloped by this invisible ripple. That's the forbidden weapon domain talisman. Ling Yue's expression changed drastically. It's the forbidden weapon domain talisman. Lu Ming's expression also changed. He immediately activated the Zephyr bead, but he realized that the connection between him and the Zephyr bead had been cut off. He cannot draw out the Zephyr bead. Then, he tried to control the Ice Xian rod, but there was no movement from the Ice Xian rod, as if it was also blocked by some kind of power. Not only that, the second-class Heavenly Soldier battle armor on his body actually began to shrink, fusing into his body and disappearing. Under the forbidden weapon domain, no divine armament could be controlled. My battle armor. My divine armament can't be used either. The others also cried out in alarm, their expressions ugly. Similarly, Ling Yue's blood-stained Elven King, Bao, could not be used either. Mu Yun, your only reliance is the second-class Heavenly Soldier battle armor and two great killing weapons. Now, you can't even use them under the forbidden weapon domain. What else can you rely on? Dark Star sneered. The transparent killing weapon in his hand also disappeared. Under the forbidden weapon domain, our divine armament can't be used, but your divine armament can't be used either. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Lu Ming said. Yes, the forbidden weapon domain did not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as one was within the range of the forbidden weapon domain, no matter which side it was, they would be affected and unable to use their divine armament. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.